Well. So the Dallas Cowboys have released their camp schedule, and we got to look at this and just kind of see what this means for the Dallas Cowboys. We're going to talk more about this over the next couple of days, but I do think there are some great ramifications from this Dallas Cowboys schedule, and especially as it applies to the quote-unquote open practices. I really think it shows kind of where this team is as far as their focus, or it's going to show us where they are as far as their focus. Also, we're going to talk about Caleb Downs, talking about what it means to, kind of how it's been going up against CD Lamb and being a Dallas Cowboys in the Dallas Cowboys training camp. And then also, and we're going to start our show off with Brian Schottenheimer sounds from the sidelines, letting us know how he's been running the OTAs. That's right. It's Cowboys After Dark. Let's talk Cowboys. We're about to talk facts. Let's see, what can we start with today? Yeah. Let's get it. Hey. What's going on, Cowboys fans? We got a few things to talk about tonight. Our beloved Dallas Cowboys, business as usual. Business as usual. And they are doing so many things right. I'm telling you, I'm not listening to any controversy, negativity, debates. I'm not listening to any of those things as it applies to our beloved Dallas Cowboys. They know what they're doing. They're doing everything right. And they will know when they need and what they need to do. They'll know what they need and when they need to do it. And I'm not going to bog Cowboys fans down with all these old crazy. No, I'm not doing it. We're just going to continue to monitor what the Cowboys are doing. And we may make a couple of suggestions here and there. But nevertheless, Cowboys are doing it right. So, let's look at what we're going to talk about tonight. I've already told you in the introduction, but let's remind you again. Let's go. Tonight, Shotty, man, we got to get this thing started right. Hyped up. Brian Schottenheimer. Sounds from the sideline. Woo! Boy, I'm excited. I hadn't even listened to it yet, but I saw it came across my notifications. I'm like, oh, I gotta share this. I gotta watch this on Cowboys After Dark tonight. Caleb Downs. I'm telling y'all right now, the Caleb Downs podcast, we're never gonna have to worry about his podcast the way that we had to worry about somebody else's podcast. Then, we're gonna look at this Cowboys camp schedule. Man, this Cowboys camp schedule, I'm excited about it. But man, we got about 33 more days before we see the Cowboys. Then, we got some player interviews. I think there's about 4 player interviews we still haven't listened to. But hey, as I just said, we got 33 days. We're going to have some things to talk about as it pertains to our Dallas Cowboys. So, those are going to be our 4 topics for tonight. Shotty Sounds Off, Downs Podcast, Cowboys camp schedule, and player interviews. Let's go. Let's get it. All right, let me change up something here real quick. It's Cowboys After Dark. Let me make one quick correction here. All right.
Yo, G,
let's see who's in the crib tonight. What is going on, Brandy? What is going on? Good to see you on Cowboys After Dark tonight. What is going on? What is going on, Kirk Womack? What's going on, Cole? What's going on, Kobanop? What is going on, Barlos? He said, I love when you do these late night live streams. Give me something to watch and listen while I relax after a long day of work. Oh man, there's nothing like talking about the Cowboys. Tired Cowboy fan, what up? Travis Beck, what is going on? Anthony Jefferson, what is going on? Brady said, best channel on YouTube. You said it, let's go. It's only 9:36 where you are. Where in the world are you? Because it's about to be midnight up in this camp. Dolores Ennis, what is going on? Good to see you. All right. Welcome everybody. And then everybody will welcome some people as they come in. What is going on, Ron Mack? Good to see you. All right, man, let's get into this show tonight. Let's get into this show tonight. It's going to be a great show. Yeah, what's going on, Caitlin? It's going to be a great show tonight. Let's get this show popping tonight, man. We're going to start this off with the sounds of the sidelines. I always like to hear this. Hopefully they won't be using any copyrighted music when we listen to it. But I absolutely love the sounds from the sideline. What's going on, Mrs. Move On? What's going on? What's going on? Good to see you. Okay, Callie. All right, you 2 hours behind. I see. So for you, when we up late, you like, this is like regular time for you. I see you. I see you. All right. Let's go over here to DallasCowboys.com. Check out Brian Schottenheimer. Sounds from the sidelines, man. And let's kind of listen as we listen to Brian Schottenheimer. Let's kind of listen to Brian Schottenheimer this year kind of versus last year. I've already been knowing this. I've already been noticing this about Brian Schottenheimer, how his swag is a lot different than it was. I mean, the swag is even more on display in year two. Brian seems to be a lot more confident, kind of knows, what he wants, what he's doing, no guesswork, no trials, none of that stuff. He just knows exactly what he's doing. Even with a brand new defensive coordinator, I think now he's getting the opportunity to do what he couldn't do with Matt Eberflus. I mean, I believe Matt Eberflus is probably a really good teacher, but I said this last year. I didn't think he meshed with Brian Schottenheimer's personality. I didn't think he meshed with the culture that Brian Schottenheimer was trying to build because he was an ex-head coach. He brought a lot of his staff with him. And I think you have to be careful with those kinds of things because, you get somebody like Matt Eberflus and they'll start trying to run the team and, and start trying to do things the way that they want them to be done. And, he's an elder statesman coach. And, Brian was probably a little bit reluctant to do everything that he wanted to do. But now that he's got Christian Parker fits exactly what Brian Schottenheimer was looking for. He's exactly what Brian Schottenheimer was looking for. Hot shot, new coach, young coach, relates to his players. Players can relate to him. A system that the players are actually excited about. The system that in actuality, a lot of people may not realize this, but I say that Brian Schottenheimer actually went out and got a coach that not only meshes with him, but a coach whose system he wanted to run. Shotty was already looking at this system, and you can tell, I was talking about this last season, you could tell that Shotty was trying to push Matt Eberflus towards this style of defense when they started running the 5-2s and things of that nature. The 5-2 is basically a 3-4. It's just the only thing different is you got those down linemen on the outside rather than linebackers, but it's kind of like a variation of the 3-4. It's kind of, you can kind of, it's kind of adaptable depending upon the down and the distance. And so Shotty was already wanting to run this type of defense, I believe, because a lot of people in this league run this defense, a variation of it. And the good thing is Shotty is going to help Dak Prescott be better. He's going to help Brian Schottenheimer be better because what Matt Eberflus couldn't do last year is that he couldn't challenge Brian Schottenheimer in practice. He couldn't challenge him from a defensive perspective. But Dak Prescott is already talking about, even though it's 7-on-7 and it's not football, but Dak Prescott is saying that Christian Parker is already challenging, and Shotty has said it too, that Christian Parker is already challenging them offensively. which is very, very good. Because when you think about, there are only 3 teams, I believe, in the NFC, truly, there are only 3 teams the Dallas Cowboys are going to have to overcome. Philly in our own division, we need to sweep them. The Seattle Seahawks and the Rams. Those are the 3 teams in the NFC East the Dallas Cowboys will be battling, I believe, when it comes playoff time. Because I believe the Cowboys are winning the NFC East. Book it. I believe they're winning the NFC East. I absolutely believe they are going to win the NFC East. Harbaugh is about 2 years out. Harbaugh doesn't, it's his first year. Harbaugh don't really know what he has. Nobody really knows what Jackson Dart is. Nobody really knows if Scotty Boo is going to be any good when he comes back. Nobody really knows what their defense is truly going to look like. They've had some serious injuries already on defense. They've lost some players. Nobody knows what they're going to look like. I've already been seeing where they're saying that Dan Quinn is already on the hot seat over there in Washington. He's already on the hot seat. So who knows what that team is going to look like. And then, of course, you got the Philadelphia Eagles, and we saw how bad when Jalen Hurts looked last year. And even though their defense was still good enough, man, that offense really regressed. And I'm telling y'all, man, I believe Saquon Barkley is on the decline. Shannon Sharp said the moment you mentioned the word retire, he said you've already checked out. And I believe we're watching a Saquon Barkley who gave it his all in that 2025, and I guess it would be the 2024 Super Bowl season. I mean, I believe he gave it all that he had, 2,000-yard season. Now, we watched him last year, didn't look the same, and I think we're going to see more of the same this year. He's not going to look the same. Meanwhile, the Cowboys are ascending. Offense, top 3 offense in the league, it's ascending. Now we got a what I believe is going to be a prodigy defensive coordinator. He's an This defense is going to get this defense down faster than any season we've seen over the last 6 years with a new defensive coordinator. I believe they're going to get it down way faster because they're implementing it sooner. They haven't had any distractions in OTAs. It's been all football. Everybody is signed, even George Pickens, even though he's not signed the way that we want, but everybody's signed, and they've been all football all off season long. I believe we are watching a Dallas Cowboys team that is ascending, and it is going to win the NFC East, and then we'll be battling 2 teams. It'll be the Seahawks, the Rams, and depending upon the Eagles and what they do, it'll be the Eagles. And I don't think we'll play all 3 of them in the playoffs. I think we'll possibly play 2 of them in the playoffs. But again, as we listen to the sounds from the sideline, Schotty is just, you can just tell by his press conferences, Schotty's in year 2 of his culture installation. And he's just so much more confidence, you can tell. The champ said this defense is going to shock a lot of people. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to tell you something, the champ. I think it's going to shock some people, but I truly believe there are a lot of people that believe that Christian Parker is the one. I believe there's a lot of people that believe he's the one. I'm telling you, we got to get this Super Bowl with Christian Parker because it'll be 3 years. Because the success I believe the Cowboys are going to have with him as the defensive coordinator, we'll have this guy 3 years. We'll have this guy 3 years, and he'll be a head coach in this league. So we got to really get that Super Bowl in. We got to get it this year or next year at the latest. We got to get that Super Bowl because there are going to be teams knocking on the door about this guy. Hey, what's up, DeVaris Worley? Yeah, I had a few things to do today. I didn't get a chance. Well, yesterday was Wednesday. Well, it's not yesterday. Well, yesterday was Wednesday. I had to do Bible study, so I didn't get a chance to do what I had to do anything on Wednesday other than release some videos from the live stream. And then today, of course, I had some things to take care of. But, hey, I'm back. Appreciate you. Blakey, what's going on? What's going on, old school? Good to see you. All right, man, y'all just in time. Let's check out Brian Schottenheimer. Sounds from the sideline.
Okay. Oh, Okay. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go, Maris. Let's go, bro. Let's go, baby. Let's go, Casey. Let's go, brother. Let's go, baby. Damn, you got a lot of ice on there. Ah, dog. So flexible. Hot mic. Hot mic. Just so you know, hot mic.
I was watching that game last night with Dad, Dan Marino.
Oh, really? Playoff game?
Wild,
Kansas City? Kansas City versus Miami? Playoff game? They pull all those great clips, man.
You know what's crazy about Tyler Guyton? One thing I'll say about Tyler Guyton, I am so pulling for Tyler Guyton this season. We need a humongous season out of Tyler Guyton. We got quite a few players. And matter of fact, we might look at that tonight. But we got quite a few players that they really need to have some big. We got quite a few players that really need to have some big seasons for the Cowboys this year, because we got some players on this team. I believe if they have humongous seasons like we need them to, I believe I believe this is going to be the key to the Cowboys' success. Is we got to have these players to have big time seasons, and every single year. This is the second year in a row I've noticed Tyler Guyton looks like he's in incredible shape. He looks like he is in incredible shape, man. Incredible shape. And I hope it pays dividends on the field for him this year. Because if it does, the Cowboys are going to have an incredible season. My man Poobie D in the building. What's going on, Poobie D? JCT Slice, what's going on with you? He said we're going to get that Super Bowl. It's going to happen. I believe so, too. Dak and those wide receivers will get it done for us, and Dak will be in tears like some of us. He's been through a lot. We still have 4. Let me tell you something, JCT Slice. I said this last year when we first hired Brian Schottenheimer. When the Dallas Cowboys win the Super Bowl, either this year or next year, it is going to be one of the most incredible stories in sports. There will not be a dry eye in the building. There will not be a dry eye in the sports world. It is going to be one of the most emotional events that the sports world has seen in decades. You got Brian Schottenheimer, who is the son of one of the most beloved head coaches out there, as in Marty Schottenheimer. Marty Schottenheimer was a player's coach, great coach. He just couldn't get over the hump. I believe he has the most wins without, I believe, going to a Super Bowl. Marty, man, he lost in some of the most just crazy ways in the playoffs. Just never could get over the hump. If Brian Schottenheimer wins that Super Bowl, and I believe that he is, and he's going to dedicate that Super Bowl to his father, it won't be a dry eye in the room. And Dak Prescott, with everything that he's been through, lost his mother, lost his brother, the cataclysmic injury, all of the things that Dak Prescott has been through, all of the ridicule, all of the criticism. Dak Prescott winning the Super Bowl. And I saw somebody, they you know, hey, I know people watch my show, even though they'll never tell you they do, because some of the subject matters that they talk about are way too close to some of the things that I talk about. But how long have I been telling y'all? If Dak Prescott wins a Super Bowl, which he will, either this year or next, Dak Prescott is going to be a lock for the Hall of Fame. Absolute lock. Won't be surprised. First ballot Hall of Famer. Dak Prescott already holds so many of these records. He's going to hold all the Cowboys records. He's like top 5 in a lot of statistical categories right now in NFL history. The only thing that Dak is missing is playoff success in a Super Bowl. And he's going to get that over the next 2 to 3 seasons. The Dallas Cowboys, I believe, are about to go on a tremendous run. They're going to go on one of those runs similar to the 90s Cowboys. Jimmy was about 2 years in, and then they went on a tremendous run. Went to the playoffs in the 3rd year, won a playoff game. Went to the Super Bowl in the 4th year, won it. Went to the Super Bowl in the 5th year, won it. A lot of people don't realize Troy Aikman's career is, as I keep telling people, it's actually summed up in 6 seasons. The seasons before the Super Bowl and the seasons after the Super Bowl. Troy Aikman, so many things went into why Troy Aikman wasn't good. I mean, his first couple years, he just was a turnover machine. They got the team around him. He started winning, but then after that team, after Jimmy got let go, Switzer come in, team falls apart, and Troy Aikman's getting beat out of his brains. I mean, concussions left and right. The team just wasn't the same anymore, and Troy Aikman suffered for it in the process. But Troy Aikman's career is summed up in 6 seasons. Dak Prescott has actually had a lot of successful seasons when he's not injured. But his issue is the playoff record of 2-5. They're about to change that. And if this man right here, Tyler Guyton, if this man right here has the season that he can have, if he can stay healthy and have the season that we believe he can have at left tackle, the Dallas Cowboys are going to be unstoppable. They're going to be unstoppable. They're going to be unstoppable on offense. All right, let me read a couple of comments here before we go any further. The champ said, no more excuses for Dak. If nothing is done in 3 years, no more excuses. Time is running out. Well, the champ, let me tell you, I think we probably need to rephrase this. It's not that there are no more excuses for Dak, because Dak hasn't been the problem. The problem is they haven't put the team around Dak. They're finally putting the team around Dak that they need to put around Dak. So rather than us saying there's no more excuses for Dak, in actuality, we need to start saying there are no more excuses for the team. Because once we get the team situated, it's no longer about Dak. And this is what Schotty was starting to do last year, and this is what he's doing this year. They don't want this team to any longer to be about Dak Prescott. They want this to be about the team. They need a team. That's what they need. And that's what they're building. And that's what Schotty is building. Schotty doesn't want a defense like we've had over the last few years. A defense that is predicated on a player like Michael Parsons. And for all these people who talk about they want a team, they actually don't even say they want a team. You'll notice, for as much as people keep saying, you know, what we need to do, they're talking, though, they're actually talking hypocritically. Because they want the Dallas Cowboys to be what they always were. They want them to be solely built around this one-star player in a position. But the Cowboys aren't trying to do that anymore. It's not that they don't want star players. They just don't want systems built around star players. They want to build a system to where their stars can actually flourish. Because that's been the problem. The star players haven't been able to flourish in a system. We've been sending players to the Pro Bowls for years. And it's mind-blowing that sometimes we send 6, 7, 8, 9 Pro Bowlers. And why are we not winning? Because we don't have the teams. We don't have the teams. I'm talking about from the top down. And so they're building that team. And this is what Schotty has done a good job of. Let's listen to some more of that. Hold on a second. Let me read what my man the champ said. Champ said, I get it. It's not all his fault, but the pieces are being put. Now, yeah, again, the pieces are being put into place. And you're right, but we got to get more. And I don't think it's necessarily we got to get more pieces, but let's refine our statements. So now we got to make sure that the pieces that we have are the pieces that we need. And if they're not the pieces that we need, we're going to get a couple more chances, the champ, to replace some of those pieces. July the 15th, we're going to get an opportunity to replace some more of those pieces. As the preseason winds down, we're going to get another chance to replace some pieces if we feel like some of the pieces that we have are not right. And then depending upon what we look like by the trade deadline, if we can add a couple of more pieces, we will do that too. But, you know, right now, what the Cowboys are doing, I get what you're saying, champ, but we're not there. And I like that. See, where the pieces are being put in place. But right now, they're not all quite there. And I don't want to say that we need more pieces, but right now we're at the phase, and, you know, tell me if you agree. I think we got pieces, and I think we got some great pieces, some good pieces, and some questionable pieces, as in we got to see what they are. This training camp is going to go a long way towards, okay, now, do we have pieces right now? Do we have pieces that will be later on? They'll be great. And then do we have some pieces where we say, okay, this part right here isn't right. Let's replace these pieces. Because as much as people, think that, Christian Parker, this is his first season, I'm just telling us now, I've been saying this. I don't think the Cowboys are looking at Christian Parker like, 2 or 3 more years and Christian Parker going to have this defense where we want it. I don't think they're thinking like that. I think when they interviewed Christian Parker, they was like, hey, can you get us to 20? Can you get us to 19, 18? What do you think you can do? We're going to get you some pieces, and can you refine those pieces so that you can at least get them at 20, 15 to 20, and we'll do the rest. But again, I like what you're saying. The pieces are being put in. And I'm going to tell you this, the champ. I think by this time next season, they will have, if they don't get it this year, they will have that Super Bowl team. They are not many pieces. I'm telling us now, I don't think the Cowboys are many pieces away. I just don't. They got to figure out what this left and right tackle situation is. I hope it improves this year. And then the defense, of course, we got to get that whole thing to gel. But we got some good pieces on there. We got some great pieces on there. A couple of elite pieces on there. And I think once we get that together, I think we'll be good. Newhouse fam, what's going on? Uh-oh, can anybody guess the number of sacks the Dallas Cowboys defense has in the postseason since 2016? Please tell us. Tell us, Cowboys fan. Tell us. Yeah, old school said effectively use the pieces we have is how I would put it. Yeah. Yeah, we got to see what they are. That's what this training camp is going to be about. Yeah, we're going to see what this training camp is. That's what this training camp is about. What's going on, real estate vet? Wow, 8. And that's with Michael Parsons. Michael Parsons got blanked in a lot of those playoff games with us because he was easy to scheme against because he was the only player that we really had that was that type of elite player. Yeah, the champ, I can see us reaching the NFC Championship game. I agree. And if something goes our way, we in that Super Bowl, man. Book it. We in that Super Bowl. He said, you said it last year. This team is going to a Super Bowl 2027. Yeah, and I'm still prognosticating that. This year, no later than next year. I'm sorry, man. Let's listen to some more of this sounds from sideline.
I'll turn it on random times and he's on there. I'm like, that's crazy. That was a tough loss. In Miami? If it was in Miami, we lost. If it was a playoff game. Okay. Hey, I like that story better. Hey, Buck, I'm wired. Don't be a
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I can't be myself?
Yeah. I actually should be yourself. That's the only way we know you.
Thank you.
Coach? I almost said something. I said, look, this guy's the farthest thing from a coach. You give coaching a bad name.
You'd be shocked.
Yes, sir, here we go. We moving. Get your mind ready. Tackling circuit. Hey, remember, there's a cliff. Can't go off the cliff. Good ball. Boom, he pushes, bang. There it is. Y'all traveling.
Is that number 46? Is that Michael Trigg? Is that Trigg number 46? I don't know what his number is. Is that Trigg?
There you go, good ball. Hey guys, real quick, Dak, we're stemming for leverage, but on air it should be inside edge of the number. Why? It looks like seam, our seam game. Snacks, watch that camera. We running! Good ball. I told you, Snacks! Punch, plant, boom. Good. There you go, hands up, good, TJ. Big strides. Yeah, I'm not sure it's a rhythm throw. Are we 2 resets right there?
Definitely not a gun call.
Okay, not a gun call.
It's not a gun. Yeah, you're looking at it way too fast.
Okay, okay. Hey, just keep running. Keep running. There it is! Woo! Safe! He's safe! I think just don't overcoach him.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, you guys don't run a lot of step routes. You don't count every step. It shortens your stride. So that's third inside. Count your inside steps. Speed turn, plant around. Inside steps. There it is. Good. Inside, inside. 1, 2, 3. There you go, head and eyes around, good. Get to that inside edge, get to that inside edge. There you go, good.
Man, where is Frank Lawrence? Where's Frank Lawrence at? Man, let me tell y'all something. If there is one player on this team that I'm excited about, it is Michael Trigg. Oh my God. Man, I am telling us, this dude, Michael Trigg, is a talent. This dude, man, Caleb Downs, hands down, best pick up in the draft. But if there has ever been a UDFA player the Dallas Cowboys have picked up, that I'm telling you, the ceiling on this guy. Cowboys fans, the ceiling on this guy. Oh my. Michael Trigg, man. Woo. Man, y'all ever seen The Matrix? Y'all remember when they hooked Neo up to that machine? When they hooked Neo up to the machine, and when they saw all the readouts and stuff, and they was like, man, if he's who Morpheus says that he is, the things he's gonna be able to do, that's Michael Trigg. Trigg, everybody knows that Trigg. Everybody knows in this draft, Trigg was a top 5. He was a top 5 tight end. He was a top 5 tight end. He had some issues in 2024, cleaned them up in 2025, but there were still some questions that people said they had about him in 2025, and that's how he wound up going to the Cowboys. Man, I'm telling you, Cowboys know what they got in Trigg too. That's why they paid him that high-priced UDFA contract. Trigg, man, I'm telling you, I believe Dak Prescott is going to help Trigg be an absolute monster. And I think he has elevated the Dallas Cowboys. He has elevated the Dallas Cowboys tight end room. Oh, my gosh. I mean, man, I'm telling you, Trigg is going to be nice. Poopy D said Trigg look like Shaq, brother. Man, Trigg is a grown man. DeVaris Worley said best facility in the world. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Old school said keep prognosticating, G, speak those things that be not as though they were. Yes, sir. Oh, I'm with you. You can spiritualize it. I love that. Yeah. JP, what's going on? God bless. Tired Cowboys fan said McCarthy ain't never been this vocal in practice. Yeah, ain't never been this vocal. Christian Legal, he said, I thought they said they were bringing GP back slowly. It doesn't look like that to me. Hey, did you notice what he said, Christian Legal? He said, don't overcoach him. He said, don't overcoach him. Yeah, champ. Hey, Trigg is a hidden gem, man. Yes, sir. Bass back in the building. What up, Bass? Man, I'm telling you, Trigg, man, I think he's got it. He can be special. Raven said, I'm telling you right now, G, if the Packers barely 9 games like they've been doing the last 3 seasons and don't make the playoffs, there needs to be a serious conversation about the OC and the head coach. Raven, too late, they extended him. I couldn't believe they extended him. I believe the Packers, Michael Parsons is about to find himself in the same situation he was in Dallas. Packers lost some key players off the defense where he was the chess piece on the previous defense. Now he's going to be just like he was in Dallas, and they're going to be depending on him, and teams are going to be double teaming him, chipping him, and everything else, and they're going to take him out of games, and the Green Bay Packers are going to suffer for it. And that injury is pretty serious too. So who knows what he's going to look like with that injury? How long it's going to take him to get back? Poopa D says, so how many TDs or tight ends do you carry this season? Poopa D, I don't know, but I can tell you I can tell you who they carrying. Michael Trigg. they carrying Michael Trigg. Yeah, they carrying Michael Trigg, so somebody gonna be somebody gonna be the odd man out. I tell you this, if there's anybody, it's gonna be, well, you got Brevin Spanford and Schoonmaker and Trigg and Ferg, but Trigg is gonna make the team. So we're gonna see. This is a big year for Schoon. I think it's too late though. But this dude Trigg, man, I think he has the opportunity. This dude right here. This dude is gonna be serious as a man. Imagine him as a tight end, and then you move him out to the slot. Man, you get this dude on a linebacker, it's over. Man, you get this dude on a linebacker, it's over. Trigg gonna be one of them. You watch what I tell you. He gonna be one of them. Poopa D said, G, if we try to put Trigg on the practice squad, he not gonna make it. Oh no, he ain't going to the practice squad. Yeah, he ain't going there. You right though, he ain't gonna make it because Cowboys really paid him quite a bit of money. I think it was the highest paid UDFA contract they paid in their history. Yeah, he ain't going nowhere.
4 steps, 4th inside. There you go, there you go. CD's finally happy. CD's finally happy. There, ooh. Brett! I've already been yelled at enough today. I'm not getting yelled anymore. I'm in a bad mood, Shimmy. I'm in a bad mood.
111, one timeout.
111, one timeout. You tell him. I ain't telling him. Hey, I'm wired. You're going to keep your eye on the 2 trial guys a little bit? Okay. You guys keep your eye on the 2 trial guys? Just because they're not going to get much team, if any. So now's your time to evaluate them.
Square your stance up, man.
Good boys, good. Need a new sled, MD. Need a new sled. Hey, B. Hey, I like the dirty balls you're kicking, brother.
Thank you.
Yeah, those are good. You feeling better with them? Yeah, they look good. Work together, man. Work together. Work together. Work together. Good ball. Good ball. Good ball. Ah! Ah! Good. Good. Good, Joe. Good rope. Ones are up. Ones are up. Oh, good ball. Good ball. Good ball. Good ball. Great there, babe. Great there. Great there. Great there. Looks like zone, zone, zone. Zone, zone, zone. We're running. Yeah. There it is. There it is. Hey, tell him, baby.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you. Ferg, man, he better be on the lookout. Let me show you something here. Let me show you this Michael Trigg contract. Frank Lawrence has been talking about this contract for a minute, but the Cowboys really signed Michael Trigg to, this is really a contract that the Cowboys signed. Look at this Michael Trigg contract. Michael Trigg signed a 3-year, $3 million deal with the Cowboys. This is the highest one they've ever done in their history. It's $280,000 guaranteed money. Annual salary average of $1 million. It says for the 2026 season, Trigg will earn a base salary of $885,000 and carries a cap hit of $895,000. His hefty guaranteed money is one of the highest handed out to a UDFA, an undrafted free agent in recent years, signaling the team's strong interest in his physical upside and potential to make the final 53-man roster. He ain't going nowhere. He ain't going nowhere. Trigg ain't going nowhere. Yeah, this dude ain't going nowhere. This dude made history. He ain't going nowhere. If anybody who's going somewhere, I believe it's going to be Schoonmaker. I wouldn't be surprised if the Cowboys see if they could figure out a way to trade him. Problem is with Schoonmaker, I don't know if you can trade Schoonmaker. He just hasn't been good enough. I mean, I haven't even seen Trigg, and I'd take Trigg over Schoonmaker without even, man, I'd take Trigg over Schoonmaker without even thinking twice. Yeah, I think that yeah, but for sure, Trig is here to stay. He's here to stay. He will be on that final 53. What's going on, Mark Davis? Good to see you. Yeah, he's here to stay. No doubt about it. Yeah, DeVar's Worley, this is a big deal. What they did for Michael Trigg, it tells you they know what he is. Newhouse, you know what? I think they're going to give him, I think they're going to give him an opportunity. But this is it. I'm telling you. I think he's going to go the way of Jalen Tolbert, Newhouse. Because you know, yeah, they drafted him. They're going to give him every opportunity. But I think he's going to go the way of Tolbert. He'll probably just be, he's probably going to be sitting on the bench quite a bit. What's going on, Uncle Charles? Good to see you. Yeah, it's our time, man. We need that Super Bowl like we need water. It's our time. Yes, sir. It's our time, bro. What's up, Terrell? Yeah, Jenkins Gaming. What's going on? I think something happened with Jordan Brooks. I've been hearing the last couple of days, but we'll talk about that in a few. All right, let's keep rolling. Man, let me tell you something. This dude needs to have a huge year. I mean, Schoolmaker to me seemed like he been on a honeymoon and he just now got married. I mean, Ferg got to really get his head back in the game. Nagging injuries with Ferg, scared to catch in traffic, drop passes. I mean, we've been seeing some crazy stuff from Ferg. I can remember when, what's his name from the Kansas City Chiefs was talking about that Ferg is the next one, Travis Kelce. Well, Ferg ain't played like the next one. He ain't played like the next one. I think he's been a letdown. I really do. I think he's been a letdown. Newhouse fam said, I hate to say it and hope they let go of Schoon, but they're gonna find some way to keep him. They did last year, and Schoon should have been gone. I agree. And I'm gonna tell you, the problem is, Newhouse, I don't think you can trade him. If you trade him, it's gonna have to be with another player. I don't think you can really trade him. Yeah, I don't think you can trade him. Oh yeah, Ferg is better than Schoonmaker, but that ain't saying much. It ain't saying much to be better than Schoonmaker.
Hey, try to look at the spot and see what you're trying to push people to the spot. This is different. You're trying to stare at it to make corner should go. You're trying to make 45 go. Nope, no good. There it is. Good. And then there's a swing. Yep. There's a swing. Yep. We run it! There it is. Good, 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 good. Good spot, baby. Yep. Hey, those extra revs, they help. You know what I'm saying? Because then you have time to create. Otherwise, you don't have time to create. Good ball. Good ball. Stay up! Stay up! Good, baby. I like that Y out. I like that Y out.
It opens up so much.
Hey, listen up. What's different about today, right? We go through practice, awesome. Now what we got to do is transition. Meetings are at 3:15. What time meetings? 3:15, right? Okay, really good day. Take care of your body, working again tomorrow, okay? We got GP breaking this down. GP, where you at, man? GP, get in there.
Cowboys on me, Cowboys on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Cowboys.
Y'all mark my words with what they are about to do with George Pickens. They are about to make George Pickens. I mean, I'm telling you something that people don't realize that the Cowboys are doing for George Pickens one way or another. And they're doing this to themselves, whether good, bad, or indifferent. The Dallas Cowboys are going to set George Pickens up to succeed, whether it is here or somewhere else. But I got a feeling it's going to be here. But they are going to go out of their way. Y'all watch what I tell you. Brian Schottenheimer, I've told y'all this before. This man is a psychological ninja. He is a psychological master. Brian Schottenheimer, I believe, is about to put Jerry Jones in a headlock. And not in a bad way, but in a good way. This team has wrapped their arms around George Pickens. They are going to give him every opportunity to succeed. They're going to call plays for him. They're going to move him around. They're going to give him every opportunity to be dynamic. Watch what I tell y'all. George Pickens is going to have a C on his chest this year. Watch what I tell you. Book it. This man is going to have a C on his chest. They're going to vote George Pickens as a captain by design. You can already see them setting this up. They are going to shine, and people out there who keep trying to approach this from a negative perspective, they're not getting this. The Cowboys are going to put such a spotlight on George Pickens. He's either going to succeed, and he's going to succeed here. He's either going to get that big deal here, or he's getting it somewhere else. But the Cowboys are going to set George Pickens up to absolutely succeed. You watch what I tell you. They love this young man. They love this young man, and don't be fooled by the franchise tag and all that stuff. They love George Pickens. And when this is all said and done, GP is either going to be here on a contract, or he's going to be set up next year to get a huge contract. And there will be teams willing to give up a first-round pick and a third-round pick, whatever it is, for George Pickens. But I'm hoping that by July the 15th, the Dallas Cowboys sign one George Pickens. Because I'm telling you now, Schotty is, I believe he's putting a lot of pressure on the Cowboys front office by the way that he has George Pickens in this, inside of this culture, the way George Pickens is functioning. The Dallas Cowboys are putting George Pickens in a position to succeed in ways that people don't understand. George is going to win in the end. He's going to win in the end. He is going to be a captain. Theodore Master, book it. Book it. Watch what I tell you. What do I always tell y'all? You're going to call me a prophet before it's all said and done. They are going to put that C on George Pickens' chest. Book it. Watch what I tell you. Watch what I tell you. They're going to put that C on his chest because this team, they are going to speak to ways to this front office. They're going to speak to this front office in ways that they haven't spoke for players in a long time. They're going to speak to Jerry Jones in ways like, yeah, we're going to put a C on this guy's chest because the C on his chest is not going to be up to Jerry Jones. It's going to be up to that leadership council and the team. They are putting a C on George Pickens' chest. If they don't, I'll be shocked. I'll be shocked if they don't do it. I'll be shocked. It just makes sense. They're going to do it. Yeah, Brandy said, I'm proud of GP. Me too. He's no longer a crash out. He's in the right environment. He's just in the right environment. Tony Herbert, they're turning him into a leader. He's in the right environment. Yeah. GP is getting that C on his jersey. And when GP get that C on his jersey, it's going to really make people trip out. Because they'll be like, why did they give GP the captain? Watch what I tell you. Bolo said Pickens is going to stay in Dallas. I think so, too. The team and the franchise loves him, and he loves his team, and how the franchise believes in him and knew he wasn't a label to crash out from the Steelers. I believe so, too. Old school. He said, that's a big expectation. He said, I don't see that right now. Watch what I tell you. Book it. Book it. Book it. Book it. They're putting a C on that man's chest, and I believe Brian Schottenheimer is doing it by design. Brian Schottenheimer, they are setting George Pickens up to have the ultimate redemption story. Booby D said 12 gauge Shotty on a mission, G. He is. He is. We got to realize something. It was Brian Schottenheimer's idea. Him and Jerry Jones. It was their idea to bring in George Pickens. And let me tell you something. We got to think about where Shotty is in this. You got to think about where Shotty is. George Pickens is pivotal to some of the success of Brian Schottenheimer. George Pickens makes basic plays look like great plays, the same way Dak Prescott does. But if Brian Schottenheimer does what he did in Seattle in his second year in Seattle is when Brian opened up that playbook. Brian opens up that playbook. And you think about what they're giving Brian Schottenheimer this coming season. They're giving Brian Schottenheimer this coming season. I want us to think about how much more firepower they're giving him. George Pickens in his second season, Guyton in his third season, Steele in, I guess, his third season or whatever it is for Steele, Javonte Williams in his second season. Do not discount this. Jaden Blue and Phil Maffa. They were always a part of the plan. They were always a part of the plan. People always trying to speak for Brian Schottenheimer and taking that statement of he likes big backs. People hear that and say, oh, he likes big backs. That means he doesn't like Jaden Blue. Who told us that? Yeah, we saw the way he was treating Jaden Blue last year. And I think some of that was more about the immaturity of Jaden Blue than Jaden Blue's actual size. You don't have to use Jaden Blue the way you use a Javonte Williams. You got Phil Maffa to use like Javonte Williams. You got Jaden Blue to use like Jaden Blue. Jaden Blue will actually help them evolve this running game. Jaden Blue is that running back that you can line up in the backfield. And when that defense tries to disguise that coverage, because, you know, everybody's about disguising their coverages now. They're going to disguise that coverage. Cowboys are going to be in 11 personnel. Jaden Blue is that running back that you can go from 11 personnel and put him in motion and go to an empty backfield. Go in the shotgun, and you can match Jaden Blue up on a linebacker. You can line him up on a defensive, one of these linebackers / edge rushers. You can line him up against a safety that is nowhere near as fast as he is. Jaden Blue. People keep looking at Jaden Blue in the wrong way. Don't look at him as a running back only. This dude has hands like a wide receiver. When you look at the way they used him in Texas, they got him in space. They got him on the edges. You get him in the passing game. You don't have to use Jaden Blue the way you use Javonte Williams and Phil Maffa. When you think about, when you add those two other elements to what Brian Schottenheimer is going to be able to do, and now, let me tell you something. I like Jake Ferguson, but Ferguson isn't a dynamic tight end. Ferguson is not a dynamic tight end. I was actually wanting the Cowboys to get the kid out of Atlanta who just signed a 3-year deal. Well, now we got our version of him possibly in Dallas. Michael Trigg is, as far as my memory can go back, Michael Trigg has to be one of the most intriguing tight ends that we've had in, I mean, decades. Athletic tight end with hands that I dare say surpasses wide receivers. Michael Trigg added into this offense. This man, Brian Schottenheimer, now has even more firepower. Ryan Flanoy has emerged. Shotty has more firepower than he had last year. This offense should be better. And you add that with this defense? Christian Parker, can you get us can you just get us to 20? And then by the end of the season, can you be teetering on 19 or 18? Can you just get us in the teens? This offense will do the rest. It'll do the rest. George Pickens is pivotal to all of this. Because as long as you got George Pickens, it enhances CeeDee Lamb. It enhances Ferguson. It enhances Trigg. It enhances Jaden Blue. It enhances Javonte Williams. It enhances Phil Maffa. George Pickens is the reason why the Dallas Cowboys are one of the most successful teams in the NFL running out of 11 personnel. They are literally one of, if not the most successful team running out of 11 personnel. Why? Because George Pickens helps you do that. GP is pivotal. This and that, he said, Blue is Darren Sproles. Shotty said, besides LT, he had Sproles who played a pivotal role for LT. Yes. This and that, I appreciate that super chat. See, this and that, a lot of, man, I'm telling you, man, this is why I try not to listen to a lot of talk out there because some of it is so depressing. But people are looking at this wrong with Jaden Blue. They keep, Jaden Blue, running back too. You don't need him to be running back too. You actually need him to be what he is. You need him to be that versatile running back that you say he's not in running back two necessarily. He's running back 2.5. He's the guy you bring in. Hey, man, let's add some screens in. Jaden Blue. Let's add some pitches in. Jaden Blue. Motion him out of the backfield. Jaden Blue. Line him up in the slot. Jaden Blue. Line him up on the outside. Jaden Blue. Let him run a go route on a safety. Jaden Blue. That's what Jaden Blue is. Reverses on the kickoffs with Kavonte Turpin. Jaden Blue. Let him run some punt returns. Jaden Blue. You don't have to look at him as the running back 2. Look at him as the running back 2.5. Look at him as being a better Kavonte Turpin. For as fast as Kavonte Turpin is, Kavonte Turpin's a little small and he's a little light. Kavonte Turpin, I believe, is in a contract year again. Cowboys can get from up under that contract, I believe, at the end of this season. Turp better turn it on. And I think you can tell by, we're going to listen to his interview in a few. When you listen to Turpin's interview, I think you can tell Turp knows you better turn it on this year. Turp got to turn it on because I'm telling you, man, Turp was not doing well last year as a kickoff returner. But again, man, Brian Schottenheimer has some downright weapons on this team. I mean, some weapons. And people keep looking at Jaden Blue in the wrong way. We don't want him to be running back too. Well, who said he's going to be running back too? Who said he's going to be running back too? All I'm telling you is that Jaden Blue, you need to work him into the offense. You need to work him into the offense because he can be that difference maker. All right, Poopa D, you have a good night. Lost in Translation said 13 personnel would be insane with Trigg, Spanford, and Ferguson. Now, Trigg in that 13 personnel, Lost in Translation, Trigg would be he would be your wide receiver. See, Trigg is that dude that you can run play action out of that 13 personnel and run Trigg down the seam. See you later. See you later. Man, you run Trigg out of that 13 personnel and match him up on a safety, it's over. I don't think there are many safeties that are going to be to match up on this man. You mess around and get him on a linebacker, it's over. You get him on a linebacker, it's over. Old School said, I agree with you, what you're saying about GP, G, with the exception of that C thing. Just saying, at the end of the day, I hope you're right. You're going to call me a prophet before it's over. Book it. They're going to put a C on that man's chest. Marvis Glenn, he said, why not give Davis another chance? You know what? We've talked about Davis, and for whatever reason, Malik Davis, the Cowboys don't. I think the problem with Malik Davis, Marvelous, is that I believe the Cowboys look at Malik Davis as a running back where they see the ceiling. Because Malik Davis has been around here for a while. And the Cowboys it's like he's their last alternative all the time. And Malik Davis did pretty good last year. I believe they gave him more carries, he did even better. And I think what they're seeing from Malik Davis, I don't think he's as consistent as they want him to be. He's not as consistent as a power back as they want him to be. For whatever reason, it's like they seem like they see the ceiling with Malik Davis. When they look at Blue and Phil Maffa, I think they're looking at those running backs with their upside. And I think those are going to be the 4 running backs on the team. However they choose to carry those 4 running backs, we're going to see. Yeah, we're going to see. But again, Malik Davis, man, for whatever reason, I think they know what he is. And so they're like, we want to see something a little bit more potent. Navarro said Jerry won't let Dak run. That's not going to happen. I think Dak will get a little bit more involved in the run game this year, but I don't think that's their plan. Edwin, he says, I'll put Blue as running back, kick return, and trade Turpin. Yeah. Bass said Flo is problematic. Wide receiver 3. That's a 4th dilemma. Add in Trigg or span forward, overpowered offense. Yeah, Ryan Flanoy is going to help this offense be overpowered. Bass, I forgot to even mention Flo. Ryan Flanoy gives you probably one of the best trios in the NFL. Raven said, gee, I have a feeling the Cowboys defense will be a top 10 defense in every major category and top 5 in the run defense. What do you think about them trading for Mason Crosby? If they do, it'll probably be later on in that process. Raven, let me tell you what I think. Let me add something to what you're saying. I'm not sure they'll be top 10 and top 5 throughout the whole season. But I'm going to tell you what I do see. I can see the Cowboys being a top, if everything goes according to plan, I can see them posting those types of numbers as they get further into the season. I can see them posting those kind of numbers. And I don't think that'll be the ending number. But the issue is that you got to get hot at the right time. And I think we're going to see the Cowboys really ascend as the season goes on. I think we're going to really see them ascend. Yeah, J. Cal Cody, he says, I see value in Trigg. Yeah, they do too. Because you don't give a UDFA that kind of contract. Yeah, Finiswick, where he said Turpin needs to have a super special teams this season. Yeah, because he took a step back last year on special teams. Theodore Masters, he said embarrassment of riches on offense. Yes. Defense, he says defense, please, I beg you to be average. Yes, sir. I think they're going to be better than average, especially as the season goes on. Yeah, Frank Lawrence, what's going on? Cowboys After Dark. Yes, sir.
Yeah! Here we go!
All right, man, let's switch gears here. Let's switch gears over to Caleb Downs. Caleb Downs on the podcast talking about the Dallas Cowboys. Check this out.
It was an honor to go against everybody that we got.
Caleb Downs is getting his welcome to the NFL moment. He don't have to wait until he gets to a game. He's going up against George Pickens. He's going up against CeeDee Lamb. He going up against Ryan Flanoy. Man, he going up against some players, man. Well, you want to talk about iron sharpens iron, man. Woo! Man, you just wait. You just wait. Yeah, DeVar's Worley, this is where the Cowboys are really going to have to up their game. There are really 3 areas the Cowboys are going to have to up their game, DeVar's Worley. One, and these are in no particular order because all 3 of these are very important. One, their turnover ratio. They need to get more turnovers. That is going to be a very big deal with this team. Number 2, DeVar's Worley, the Dallas Cowboys are going to have to stop the run. They're going to have to put teams in 3rd and long a lot more this year. They're going to have to stop letting these teams get these 3rd and longs or be in 3rd and shorts. And then number 3, and this may actually be the most important one for the Dallas Cowboys. And I'm going to tell you now, we all need to be on the lookout for this one stat because this is a concentration, a focus, and a coach stat. Penalties. Penalties. They led the league in penalties. And the Cowboys under Mike McCarthy, even up under Jason Garrett, the Cowboys have always been one of the worst teams in the NFL as it applies to turnovers. It's embarrassing. They got to improve those three things. The run, I think they're going to be better at stopping the run. But the issue is, will they be better at turning the ball, turning teams over, and score a few touchdowns while you're at it? And how good will they be with the penalties? Can they change the penalties? The Cowboys extended so many teams' drives with penalties. They stopped teams, but penalties, stupid penalties. They stalled their own drives, stupid penalties, false starts, all kinds of dumb stuff. If the Cowboys can improve those three things, I believe they get an extra 2 games just out of that. Just out of being, can you just get us to mid-pack in penalties? Mid-pack in penalties, stop the run, mid-pack on defense. Man, Cowboys will be good to go. Good to go. And get turnovers. Yeah, finish Wickware, and I think they're going to have it. Christian Parker is the accelerated program. Tavares Worley said Parsons missed that $50 million podcast. It's Caleb now. And, man, you know, when you look at his podcast, it's a whole different ball game. Hey, what's going on, Grant? Hey, Rams better work on that offensive line. They're working on that defense. They work on that offensive line. Yeah, Edwin Minifield. But yeah, a lot of stupid penalties. Raven said, do you think the Cowboys offense can be like the 2004 Colts and the 2013 Broncos? Because I think they can. Now, if you ask Shady, he'll say no, because Dak isn't Peyton Manning. Man, let me tell you something. Dak is at a great point in his career. Dak is only excelling right now. Let's check out Caleb Downs. He's talking about the Dallas Cowboys.
What are you looking forward to this training camp? Just from the team, from yourself? What's the point of emphasis?
Compete.
About that.
He can't stand it with me, you know, and I'm going to show him and show the world why I'm the best in the world. I really believe everything I say, and I'm going to do everything I say. And that's the difference between me and these guys.
I just want to start the dialogue. He's better than Kyrie Irving. I'm starting the dialogue right here, right now.
Whoa!
I'm starting the dialogue,
Stop.
bro. I'm starting the.
Hold on, man. Let me put this over here so y'all can see this. Hold on. Y'all got to see Down's face when this is said about what he says about Kyrie. Boy, Kyrie is a monster, man.
What are you looking forward to this training camp? Just from the team, from yourself? What's the point of emphasis?
Compete.
About that.
He can't stand it with me, you know, and I'm going to show him and show the world why I'm the best in the world. I really believe everything I say, and I'm going to do everything I say. And that's the difference between me and these guys.
I just want to start the dialogue. He's better than Kyrie Irving. I'm starting the dialogue right here, right now.
Whoa!
I'm starting the dialogue,
Stop.
bro.
Nah, we're going to stop that dialogue,
Yes,
bro.
yes. He's
Don't
better
stop
than
that
Kyrie
dialogue.
Irving.
Oh.
What's good, everybody? We appreciate you taking some time to tap in to another episode of Downs to Business. I'm Josh Downs, Colts wide receiver, here with my brother, DB for the Dallas Cowboys. We appreciate y'all for liking and subscribing. All socials.
Now, I like, you know, and the thing, DeVar Worley, you said, Down said he just ready for football. He don't care about podcasts. And the thing about him and his brother, they're just different. You know, the way they're raised, family and all that stuff. And you can just tell by their demeanor, they're not really trying to get that big stage or nothing like that. This is just what these young guys are doing these days. And I don't think we're going to hear nowhere near some of the stuff we heard come out of Michael Parsons' podcast. I mean, these guys, I just don't think that's going to be where they are. I mean, you just tell how they're talking to, if you kind of listen to this podcast, they don't really focus in on a lot of that stuff. So I'm very interested. I'm going to continue to watch their podcast all throughout the season. But I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal.
Keep doing that. Without you, we can't do none of this, man. Y'all are showing a lot of love. Keep doing that. Right now, as you can see, we're in the weight room of Caleb's alma mater, Mill Creek High School. How you feel right now?
That's awesome. Being back in Mill Creek, it's a nostalgic feeling. Getting to see all the 1,000-pound clubs and everything that we used to do in this weight room it's awesome to be back in here. But the big thing was being around the kids today with the camp.
Yeah, camp was major. Y'all gonna see some footage later, but yeah, it was a great time out there. It was a little hot, but energy was amazing. Great coaches, players, former players, coaches. So what a time. And then later on the show, we're gonna talk to Jerron Boots Ennis. He has a major fight coming up for some belts. We're gonna be in attendance, so it'll be real fun. We'll talk Cowboys and Colts as well. So tune in. Caleb, OTAs just wrapped up. Tell us about, from rookie mini camp to phase 3 mini camp. Just tell us what you learned, how it was competing against the guys. Just your first taste of being a.
Yeah, old school. That's his brother. Plays for the Colts. Yeah, it's his brother. Plays wide receiver for the Colts. They're going to face each other this year. And I'm sure they're going to line up across from each other. I'm sure. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. Stephen White, what's going on? Yeah, it's going to be awesome when we play the Colts this year. Absolutely awesome. We're going to have brothers going up against each other. It's going to be absolutely awesome.
Dallas Cowboy.
Yeah, that's been the biggest thing for me. I've just been wanting to compete, wanting to see where I'm at for real. And it was an honor to go against everybody that we got on the team and get my first real experience. Every phase was a little bit different. Rookie minicamp, we didn't really do too much, but it was good for learning the system and everything. OTAs, that was fun, honestly. Just being able to go up against guys like CeeDee Lamb, that I've watched since I was a kid, and now I get to play against them and learn from reps against them. So it's an honor to be on the field with everybody, but it's a big learning experience for me.
Yeah, facts. Tell me about the speed difference between college and NFL. I know when I came in, the speed wasn't that much. It was definitely faster, but it was the tempo of practice, like how you when they go to special teams, I'm taking my time to get my air back, because when team come around, like I'm not really coming out. So it's like you got to go 5-6 plays in a row, or
all right, we back in the game
happening, because if 2 minutes happening,
2 minutes killer though.
12 plays in a row, and coach don't care. So it's a little different. But obviously, y'all don't do a camp in Texas. So have any of the guys talked to you about Oxnard and what to expect? And
all right, yeah, we had a little bit of freeze. Let's kind of go backwards just for a moment. I find it to be interesting. They're talking about OTAs, and again, this is just OTAs. This is just OTAs. Just wait until you get to Oxnard, California. I think he's going to see a whole nother different speed of the game. A whole nother different speed. Yeah, we had a little bit of, hey, man, I'm sorry. We're over here in Dallas. I don't know.
Tays are good.
We're over here in Dallas. So he's going to see a whole different speed to the game.
Get your first.
Coming up when he gets back in here. When he gets to Oxnard, California, if he was waiting on the brakes in OTAs, just wait until he gets to Oxnard, California. It's a whole different speed. And then, you think about another issue he's going to have to deal with, as time goes on, playing that 17-game season. Playing that 17-game season. So that'll be a little bit of getting used to. But this dude he made of the right stuff. He going to be good to go. Yeah, J. Cal Cody, appreciate it. Appreciate that super chat. He said, I hope I'm wrong. He said, but Jay Blue was a bad draft pick. His tape was worse than Deuce. Jay is just a media darling. He would not be talked about if he wasn't a drama-free. Yeah, he wouldn't be talked about if it wasn't a drama-free season. Well, you got to realize too, J. Cal Cody, appreciate the super chat. But Texas went to the playoffs, and he was off the chain in the playoff run. He was off the chain. And so, yeah, we're going to see what happens with Jaden Blue. Of course, the Cowboys drafted him. I believe they're going to give him a couple of seasons. They're going to see what he does this season and the next, and then after that, if he don't make it, it'll be a wrap. But I think he's going to be good to go. Yeah, I really do. I think he's going to be good to go. Yeah, DeVarce Worley said Downs put on a little weight. Yeah, he's not no small dude, is he? He definitely bigger than his brother. What's going on, Brave Cowboys? All right, let's check out some more.
Taste of what, camp may be like practice. Yeah, you're right. Them breaks and trying to get the air between those. Like, I don't do special teams right now, so hey, when they go to special teams,
we're rookies. We're
when they
doing
go to
special teams.
teams. I'm taking my time to get my air back because when team come around, like I'm not really coming out. So it's like you got to go 5-6 plays in a row, or don't let 2 minutes be happening because if 2 minutes happening,
2 minutes,
you
2
might
minutes
do
killer though.
12 plays in a row, and
minutes
coach
killer.
don't care. So it's a little different. But obviously, y'all don't do a camp in Texas. So have any of the guys talked to you about Oxnard and what to expect, and I mean maybe some things to do out there?
Yeah, I mean, most of it's been about what to do in this next month coming up. We have OTAs in, and you have like a month before camp. So most of us been talking about that, and then leading into camp, how are you preparing your body? So that's been most of the conversation, less about actually being there at camp. But they said it's a good experience to be out there. They said they have everything out there for you. So I'm excited to see how it is and hopefully be the first of many.
Facts. I mean, obviously, news said George Pickens not going to hold out. Excellent player. I mean, you went against him every day. How was that offense? I mean, they got George, CD, Javonte at running back, Ferguson at tight end. How was seeing that offense in motion? And they got Dak at quarterback. What did you see? How explosive was that?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get to see George fully just because he wasn't fully there every day. But when he showed up, had great energy, and it was really cool to feel his energy around the program and be around everybody. But they're elite, honestly. They did it last year, and they'll do it again this year. They have elite players, and they've been able to play at a really high level with Dak being their leader and putting the ball where it needs to be. And we got guys like CD and Ferg and everybody making plays. So
facts.
They got a lot of talent, even speed with Turpin, guys like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, they got a good group.
No, George made the craziest catch I ever seen when I was playing against him in 7-on-7 in high school. He caught a one-handed ball like
in the end zone
over his head like this.
I think
was that
at the
was that at Shiloh? It was at Shiloh.
Shiloh, yeah, I was there.
I was like,
I remember that catch. Okay,
craziest catch I ever seen. But nah, I mean,
I think he had the ski mask on for that too. The funniest thing, we had in our team and they put his camp up there, and it was some kid had a ski mask on. And it was like, George, you passed out ski masks to everybody because the kid had the kid had a ski mask on, and the next kid had a ski mask on. And it was funny. It was just everybody was like, why the kids wearing ski mask?
You know they gonna wear the ski mask at his camp. That's what he's known for. But nah, there was a tweet about you having to guard CD and George in practice early. So they're like, you have no choice but to be great. So it's some joke.
Man, I am telling y'all, and I know a lot of y'all already know this. It is almost crazy to say what I'm about to say about George Pickens. I'm not sure if the Cowboys have even scratched the surface of how great George Pickens can be. I just think George Pickens is a different type of talent. I just don't. He hasn't had a quarterback like Dak Prescott for 3 or 4 years. This will be his second year with Dak Prescott. I just think, man, I don't think they've scratched the surface on George Pickens. George Pickens is the type of wide receiver that when you look at the ceiling, man, you got to put glasses on to see it. George Pickens is an incredibly talented wide receiver. Could you imagine, and we saw a glimpse of this last year, could you imagine if George Pickens was the primary receiver? I mean, just George Pickens as the primary receiver. George Pickens could literally be a 2,000-yard wide receiver. I'm telling us. I don't think they've scratched the surface on George Pickens. This dude is incredible. I don't think they've scratched the surface. Man, Christian Legal was thinking the same thing. He may not be as tall as Calvin Johnson, but Calvin Johnson was a freak of nature. Had Johnson been on a better team, man, just imagine if Calvin Johnson and Matthew Stafford would have been on the Rams. Those Detroit teams were just not good. But if you would have had them on a team, a real team, I believe Calvin Johnson would have had so many records, I don't think they'd have ever been broken. Calvin Johnson was, man, if anybody didn't see him play, go look at some of the highlights on Calvin Johnson. When they call you Megatron, that means you're an alien. George Pickens, we have not, I just don't think we've scratched the surface on George Pickens. This guy's incredible, man. He's incredible. And I think a lot of people know he's incredible from the talent perspective. And I think he's going to continue to show people, his maturity. And he's breaking the bank next year. He's breaking the proverbial bank. But I think he's going to be here in Dallas. I won't be surprised if he get extended. I'm still praying for the July 15th extension. But either way, next year, he going to break the bank. Yeah, GP one of them, man. Close encounters of the, it's close encounters of the third kind with that, man.
Close to it, but it's also kind of true to a sense.
Yeah, at the end of the day, like whoever you go against every day, that's what your standard is. And my standard is not going to lower, so I definitely have to match that. At the end of the day, they're perennial all pros and super talented players. So it's great to go against them every day to push myself to be better.
Yeah, facts. I mean, obviously I didn't know you were going to the Rangers game to throw the first pitch. I mean, what's up with that throwing form? What was that?
First off,
I mean, mind you threw a good pitch, but you kind of aimed it, though.
At the end of the day.
40 miles per hour, what was it?
At the end of the day, you go and
That man said 40. Man, that man just tried to shame his brother, bro. Y'all what he said? He said 40 miles an hour. Man, stop it. Yeah, Christian Legal, GP and CD both are aliens, man. And when you got two wide receivers like that on the same team, oh my gosh, it's insanity. It's literal insanity to have two wide receivers of that caliber on the same team. I mean, Jamar Chase is an alien, but I don't think Jamar Chase and T. Higgins are as good as CD Lamb and George Pickens. I don't think those two. I don't think that tandem is as good as George and CD, because I just don't see a ceiling. I just don't see a ceiling with George Pickens yet. And he's young. What is he, 24? I just don't see a ceiling. Yeah, Old School said his performance speaks for itself on the field. He's going to be great. I mean, I just don't see a ceiling with him. I don't see a ceiling. Man, I'm very excited about Caleb Downs. He's built of the right stuff. He's got the right kind of humility, right kind of drive. I just think he's going to be really good for the Dallas Cowboys. DeVaris Worley said, Down, that young man is not going to get in any trouble. We got a good one, Cowboys Nation. Yeah, Brandy, I agree with you. No team has two better wide receivers. They're incredible. Old School, I was laughing. He said 40 miles an hour. He slipped that little dig in order. Chris Legal said there isn't another wide receiver duo in the NFL as good as George and CeeDee Lamb. I agree. Pound for pound, I just don't think there's anybody that can match him. But, man, I'm very, very excited about Caleb Downs. And, Schotty continues to go in the draft and get these kinds of players that are made of the right stuff. Went in the draft last year and got Tyler Booker, made of the right stuff. One of those players that you want on a championship level team. And, Schotty just keeps doing this, bringing in the right kind of players, bringing in the right kind of free agents like Javonte Williams, and even bringing in GP. And I believe he had a vision for GP. Like, yeah, man, we can really help GP turn the corner, and they have. And, man, the sky's the limit for George Pickens. But this is going to be a great season, man, because I'm telling you, when you go back and look at Brian Schottenheimer's second season, when you look at Brian Schottenheimer's second season over there in Seattle, You know, a lot of people, you know, I was talking about this last year. You know, people think that Schotty's just going to run the ball and blah, blah, blah. No, you got to realize something. Brian Schottenheimer's an ex-quarterback, too. He's an ex-quarterback. And he will put that ball up. He'll put that ball up, and he will definitely get some variety in his play calling, you know, once he kind of gets used to his personnel. Because when he got DK Metcalf, man, that offense opened up in Seattle. And that's when they started saying in that second season, man, let Russ cook. Let Russ cook. Russ was cooking. I want you to see what Schotty did. This is what Schotty did over here. We're going to look at a little bit more of it, then we're going to look at this camp schedule. I want you to see what Schotty was able to pull off. Schotty in 2018, they were 10-6. Sixth in the NFL in scoring, 26.8 points, led the league in rushing. But notice you didn't see that in 2019 and 2020. What wound up happening in 2019, DK Metcalf came to town. They were a point better. They were a game better. Now, you may look at that and say a game isn't a big deal. Yeah, one game can be the difference in your playoff seeding. Ninth in the NFL in scoring and total yardage. And in 2020, went up 2 more points, 28.7, from 26.8 in 2018 to 28.7 in 2020. And they were 12-4. You're talking about a 2-game swing. And Dak better than Russell Wilson was at that time. Dak is better than that now. So Schotty is going to absolutely cook with this offense. He's got way more weapons than he had over in Seattle. Way, way more weapons. That wide receiver duo, and it was pretty good when Metcalf, I forget the other guy's name, but they're not as good as CD. They were not as good as CD and George Pickens and Ryan Flanoy and Ferguson and Trigg and Turpin and Javonte. You know, when you figure in all that, they were not as good as that. So, yeah, it's going to be really, really good. They got some – the Cowboys are going to be able to do some things this year. What's going on, Ryan Bonds? Yeah, I think they're better. I think they're better because Davante Adams is not what Davante Adams used to be. Now, Puka Nacua, he one of them. Puka Nacua, Ryan Bonds, he one of them. Yeah, Puka Nacua is a top 5 wide receiver. Davante Adams isn't a top 5 wide receiver. No, he's not a top 5 wide receiver. He's probably a top 15, closer to 10. But CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, they're top 5. They are both probably top 5 wide receivers. Top 7, you can't name after you get past Puka, Chase, Jefferson, Lamb, Pickens. There are no wide receivers in front of those 5 wide receivers. Davante Adams is not in the top 5. So, yeah, I give you Puka. Puka the real deal. He about to get paid. What up, Jeff Irvin? Good to see you, fam. Yeah, I ain't seen you in a while, man. Good to see you. Yeah, Puka Nacua, one of them, but Davante Adams, he's great, but he's not what he's used to be. Bad said he's got to be better play call this year with all that firepower. He improved. He improved with the Seattle Seahawks, and that's what I'm kind of banking on. He improved exponentially in year number 2. Year number 2 with the Seattle Seahawks. You know, it was Pete Carroll that was holding him back. Yeah, Pete Carroll started putting the governor. Pete Carroll started putting the governor. He put a governor on that man, bro. Pete Carroll said, nah, bro. Because, man, Pete Carroll is one of these type of coaches that'll really make you mad. Because Pete Carroll is one of these type of coaches, he doesn't mind winning by 3 points, as long as he wins. Sometimes that gets you in trouble, though. You hang too close to a team, man, you wind up getting beat. And that's kind of how Pete Carroll was. And he wouldn't let Russ cook. Brian Schottenheimer actually said the reason why he couldn't let Russ cook was because of Pete Carroll. Yeah, it was because of Pete Carroll. So that's kind of like how he was. But you're not gonna be able to do that with Shotty. Shotty gonna do his thing now. He's got all this firepower. Hey, he gonna open it up a little bit. Play action, all of those things, man. He gonna do his thing. All right, man. Let's look at this Dallas Cowboy camp schedule.
Yes! Here we go!
Man, I was very interested in this here. I'm gonna go back and pull up a couple of things here. Let's see if we can pull up a couple of things. Go back and look at some of the Cowboys training camps from years past. Let's see if we can look at those. See if I can find. I pulled them up today and I forgot to save them. There have been people, they've been posting some from like 2024 and 2025. I want to see if I can find some more of those. If not, we'll look at them tomorrow or later on today because it is tomorrow already. I want to see if I could pull up some of those. Okay, I can't find them. I had them today. I should have saved them. All right. But let's look at this Dallas Cowboy training camp. I'm very excited about this training camp. So Dallas Cowboys training camp is opening up on July the 29th. So we got about 30-something odd days before we see the Dallas Cowboys again. And I want to go back and kind of compare how they did this the previous year. Because I said this this week, I believe it was. I don't know if y'all remember when I talked about this. But one of the things that I was saying that I want the Cowboys to do this season was to not have as many open training camps. That I want the Cowboys to do maybe 2 days out of the week and nothing else. 2 days out of the week and nothing else, and just focus in on what they got to do. We need this defense to be locked in. I'm sure all of y'all agree. We need this defense to be locked in. So July 29th, the Dallas Cowboys are going to have their first open practice. So I know we'll all be excited about that. July the 30th, they'll have their first open practice. Okay, then Friday, it's going to be Oxnard Fan Night. Then August the 1st, Cowboys back together Saturday and opening ceremony. And then it'll be the OCC Dance Clinic. Then they'll have 2 open practices on August the 3rd and 4th. And then, it'll be back to business. The closed stuff looks like NFL flag training camp. Don't know what that is. Heroes Appreciation Day, probably an off day there. So it looks like they'll have an open practice on a Saturday, open practice on a Sunday, and then looks like they'll get a day off, and then they are back. I'm telling you right now, this is D-Day right here. Scrimmage, Rams. This is D-Day. Ryan Bonds, this is D-Day. Last year, y'all beat the snot out of us in that scrimmage against the Rams, and everybody was like, "Oh, it's just practice." Well, y'all look like y'all looked pretty much the whole season the way y'all looked against us, and our defense looked trash the way it did against y'all in that scrimmage. This is going to be the true first glimpse at the Dallas Cowboys defense. We're going to see it during these open practices. We're going to see how it goes, but this is D-Day. We're going to get to see what that defense looks like, and I'm excited about it. I want to see what it looks like. Ryan, he said Pickens and Lambs. He said, do you think? Yes. Yes. Ryan Bonds, I think Puka Nacua is better than Jackson Smith and Jigba. I believe Justin Jefferson is better than Jackson Smith and Jigba. I believe Lamb and Pickens are better than Jackson Smith and Jigba. I absolutely do. I absolutely believe it. Jackson Smith and Jigba, though, he's a very talented wide receiver. Not going to take anything from him. But he's not these type of wide receivers that we're talking about. Puka, Jefferson, Lamb, Pickens. He's not them type of wide receivers. No, he's not them type. And I watched Christian Gonzalez in the Super Bowl lock that man down to a hurt foot. Christian Gonzalez put them clanks on that man. Man, clanks. I'm locked up. Won't let me out. He locked up, bruh. Clanked on that man. Shoot. I guarantee you Christian Gonzalez couldn't stand CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, Justin Jefferson, or Puka Nacua one-on-one. Christian Gonzalez was good. He ain't gonna do them four like that. He ain't happening. He ain't happening on them four. You ain't going one-on-one on them four. You went one-on-one on Jackson Smith and Jigba's shoe. Man started having foot problems and all kinds of things. But again, this is D-Day, man, August 11th, Ryan Bonds. This is D-Day. When we see y'all in that scrimmage, it's D-Day. We're going to get our first glimpse of, okay, is this defense any good? Because we're going to be going up against Nacua and Devontae Adams and y'all's offensive line. What do you think about y'all offensive line, Ryan Bonds? I think y'all got an issue with your offensive line. I think you're doing some great things on defense, though. This scrimmage against the Rams, August 11th, man, I'm circling this on the calendar, man. That's going to be it. Then we got a couple more open practices on the 13th and the 14th. And then Cowboy fans. First preseason game against the Seahawks. We're going to look at this Dallas Cowboys schedule, and we're going to look at this Dallas Cowboys roster tonight before we get out of here. I think it's important to look at that. But this schedule the Cowboys have, I'm very excited about it because the Cowboys, this schedule is set up for the Cowboys to succeed this year. We're going to get to see two of the teams that I believe that are going to stand in the way of the Cowboys getting to the Super Bowl. The Rams and the Seahawks. Those are going to be two teams that those are the two teams that we're going to have an issue with. We get to play the Rams in the preseason as a scrimmage, and then we get to scrimmage the Rams, and we get to see the Seahawks in the preseason. The Saints, not worried about them. I'm very glad we're playing the Cardinals because the Cardinals have given us nothing but problems for some reason, even when they're not winning. I don't even understand it. The Cardinals don't even have winning seasons and they're beating us. Beating us with inferior quarterback play sometimes. I don't even understand the dynamic of the Arizona Cardinals. But the Cowboys have got to get that monkey off their back of the Arizona Cardinals. So we get to see them twice, the Rams twice. We get to see the Seahawks twice. And I believe we're going to see one of these two teams. I believe we're going to see one of these two teams 3 times because I believe we're going to see one of them in the playoffs. I don't think we're going to see 2 of them. I think we're going to see one of them because some kind of way they'll either wind up playing one another or I think we're going to see, I don't know, we could see both of them. Who knows? The road to the Super Bowl for the quarterbacks, the road to the Super Bowl for the Cowboys is going to be something else, man. It's going to be something else. Yeah, old school. And we're going to play the Seahawks. And unfortunately, we're not going to we'll see Dak Prescott in the scrimmage against the Rams, but we won't see him in the preseason against the Seahawks. Yeah, we won't see him. Especially when we think about Tony Romo. Wasn't that the Seahawks game he went down in the preseason? Yeah, you ain't going to see Dak Prescott in no preseason, especially in no preseason game. Nah, you ain't going to see him in preseason game 1. And then you got the Cardinals, and then I don't think you'll see Dak Prescott nor hardly any of these starters in preseason games 1, 2, and 3, but you'll see them in the scrimmages, so it's going to be pretty good. But I'm excited about this Dallas Cowboys training camp. We are inching our way closer and closer to this NFL season. I think we have some 80-odd days, so that basically means you got 40-something odd days because it seems like the days are going faster and faster. The days are on double time, man. You wake up early in the morning even and you blink, it already be time to go to bed, and months are passing like weeks, it seems like sometimes. So, man, we are on our way to a very exciting training camp, praying for health because we got a very good schedule. I want to look at this Dallas Cowboys schedule one more time. Once we get out of that preseason and then we'll get into that first game of the season. And then I want to look at this Dallas Cowboys roster some tonight. We're going to be looking at that over the next 30 days and just going by position groups also. But I want to look at that Dallas Cowboys 2026 schedule again. Because I'm telling us Cowboy fans, this schedule, and I'm going to continue to say this schedule is actually designed. This schedule is really designed for the Cowboys to succeed. I mean, it's going to be tough the first the first 6 games. It's going to be pretty tough. First 6 games going to be pretty tough. But, you know, that's 7 games right there in the beginning. And the big thing for us is I think we need to win the game. We got to win the games we're supposed to win. If you told me the games we were supposed to win in these first 7 games, well, we need to take care of business against the Giants, beat the Commanders at home. We're going to see what happens in that game in Brazil. I got a feeling the Cowboys might beat them. Brand new coach, got a lot of new things going on over there. Texans game is going to be absolutely miserable. That is going to be a miserable game. The Texans got a crazy defense. Buccaneers at home. I think we win that. I believe we beat the Packers, and I believe we beat the Eagles. So somewhere in here, I believe the Cowboys will be 4. And let's just put it at the first 6 games. I'm thinking in the first 6 games, the Cowboys should come out of this no worse than 3-3. And I think the ideal scenario is 4-2. But I'm telling us now, I'm going to make sure I go back and make my own schedule on this. The key to this season for the Dallas Cowboys, I'm calling it the Eagles to the Eagles. This is the key to the Dallas Cowboys' entire playoff existence. These 6 games. The Dallas Cowboys have an opportunity. When you look at how good these teams are compared to the Dallas Cowboys. Hold on a second. Let me make sure I want to. When you look at these teams and how good that these teams are projected to be, they could actually be better. But when you look at how good these teams are projected to be, the Dallas Cowboys, from Philly to Philly, they should come out of this run no less than 4-2. They should come out of this run 4-2, and ideally 5-6. I mean, really, you'd like to be 6-0. And I think it's possible to go 6-0 in this. I believe you can sweep the Eagles. There's no reason the Titans should beat the Cowboys. We better beat the Cardinals at home this year. There's your 4 games. These are the 2 question marks. The Colts and the 49ers. Those are the 2 question marks. I believe the Cowboys are going to beat the Colts. If they can stop the run, they'll beat the Colts. If they can stop the run, they'll beat the Colts. 49ers, wide receiver core is in shambles. They got a lot of issues going over there in San Fran. They're coming to Dallas. We got 4 of these 6 games at home. If you just win the home games, you're 4-2. The Dallas Cowboys have a possibility from Philly to Philly to literally go 6-0. 6-0, y'all. This is the part of the schedule I'm telling you. If you go 5-6 or 6-0 in this, think about it. All you would have to do is get 3 in the first 6 and 3 of the 5 in the back end. And you're literally going to be no less than 11 wins. No less than 11 wins. You get 11 wins this coming season, I believe you're going to probably be somewhere in the 4th seed. I believe you're going to be in the 4th seed if you get 11 wins. The Dallas Cowboys got an opportunity to get 12 wins this season. And I believe if they get 12 wins in this season, you're going to be, if you get 12 wins, I believe you're number 2 seed. I believe you are number 2 seed if you get 12 wins. Because the Rams and the Rams and the Seattle Seahawks, they're going to be battling. They got to see each other twice. I believe they got to see each other twice. It's going to be a battle between the Seattle Seahawks and the Rams. It is going to be a battle. But when you look at this Cowboys schedule again, I'm telling you, it's set up to succeed. Because when you look at what they're doing to the Cowboys, yes, they got to go to Rio de Janeiro. They got to come back, and this is going to be brutal. They got to come back, then they got to play the Texans. Then they got to play a Thursday night game against the Buccaneers. And then they're going to get 10 days, and then they're going to play the Packers, which I believe they're going to blow the doors off the Packers. Then from the Packers, they're going to go and they're going to play the Eagles. And this is going to be a tough little stint because we already know, they got to play 3 games in 10, whatever days, 10 to 12 days. They're going to be 15th, 22nd, and 26th. It's going to be a tough little run, but I believe they can come out of this. I believe they can win 2 of the 3 in here. Actually, they should win 3 of the 3. I mean, those are 3 games at home. They should really knock this out of the park. You knock these 3 out of the park, I am telling y'all, the Cowboys are set up. This thing is set up for the Cowboys to succeed. And I think this is where they really help the Cowboys, and a lot of people aren't paying attention to this. Cowboys got to play who I believe the 2 teams they're going to be battling for the Super Bowl. They're going to be battling the Rams and the Seahawks for the Super Bowl. When the Cowboys play the Rams, that is a huge, 10-day break. Then you get 13 days before you see the Rams. Even though that schedule looks hard, they actually fixed it to where the Cowboys have time to get, if there's some nicks, some aches, some pains, they give them time to get healthy from the Eagles to the Seahawks. And then they give them another 13 days to get healthy from the Seahawks to the Rams. This is great for the Cowboys. The 2 toughest teams you got to play on the schedule, at least perceived right now, you get these big breaks in between them. You couldn't ask for anything better than this. The Cowboys actually get an opportunity to go on a crazy run. If the Cowboys can win one of these 2 games, and I believe they can absolutely win the last 3 games, they have set the Cowboys up to literally to go into the playoffs hot. Jaguars in Dallas. Giants in Dallas. Cowboys, Commanders, we've owned them anyway. Cowboys got an opportunity to get hot. They have an opportunity to get hot. We got to see how everything's going to play out. We're still going to be waiting on to see how everything plays on the field. But just kind of prognosticating, this schedule is set up for the Cowboys to succeed. Because I'm looking at the Philly to Philly run. You can go 6-0 in there. And then I'm looking at the last 5 games. 10-day break, 13-day break, get healthy, and then you go on the 3-game run with the Jags, the Giants, Commanders. You go right into the playoffs. 11, 12 wins. Man, I'm telling you, man, 12 wins. You mess around. I'm going to tell you just how much I'm predicting the future if things go according to plan. The Seahawks and the Rams will be pivotal. You mess around and beat one of these teams, or if you beat both of these teams, and all 3 of y'all wind up 12 wins, and you win the tiebreaker, these games are going to be pivotal. I'm telling y'all now, these games are going to be pivotal. It's important that the Cowboys win one of these 2 games, if not both, because I believe both of these teams are going to be playoff teams. Eagles, the defense is good enough. They're probably going to be a playoff team. It would behoove the Cowboys. They got to win the NFC East. That's the first step. Win the NFC East. And hopefully you can sweep the Eagles. I believe another team, you got to beat the 49ers. They always find ways to be in the playoffs. You got to beat the 49ers, got to beat the Packers, got to beat the Bucks, because I believe these are the playoff teams. These are the playoff teams. You got to beat those teams. So when it comes down to seeding, you can find your way to either number 1 or 2. So we're going to see. I'm prognosticating the Cowboys somewhere around 11 to 12 wins. Everything goes right on defense. You stay healthy, get some breaks. All these things, you know, two things can be true. You can say where you think they're going to be, but also understanding we got to see what the defense is going to be. We got to see if we're going to add some more players. Got to stay healthy. Got to get some breaks. Got to do it all on the field. So in order for any of this stuff to be true, you got to see it on the field, and that's what we're going to be waiting on. What does it look like on the field to even say that some of these things are going to be true? But I'm liking what I'm seeing so far in this Cowboys schedule. I think it's set up for the Dallas Cowboys to succeed. Absolutely. Absolutely. They said this schedule was hard, but once I came out and saw kind of what the order of the schedule was, I am very excited about this Dallas Cowboys schedule because if everything goes as planned, you know, let me show you one more thing. The schedule is designed for us Dallas Cowboy fans. This is why I say it's set up for us to succeed, because in the early part of this schedule, it's set up to where Christian Parker can kind of get his legs up under him. He can kind of get his legs up under him in the first 6 games. And then when you come to this stint of playing 4 of your 6 games at home, the talent that you're playing against, you know, the best team you'll probably be playing against will be the 49ers and the Eagles, and surely you'll win one of those games with the Eagles. So we'll see what Arizona is. New coach, stuff going on with Jacoby Brissett, but they are going to have that dynamic running back. But when you are looking at all of these things, the Cardinals and the Colts, they're going to be a test of the Cowboys' run game. The 49ers will be a test of the Cowboys' run game. The Eagles will be a test of the Cowboys' run game. You're going to see a lot of what you need to see from the Dallas Cowboys, because in reality, all of these teams, they're going to be able to run the ball. If you can stop the run, we're going to see it in these 6 games. All 6 of these teams are running. They're running teams. All 6 of these teams, they're running teams. So if you pass this test, you pass this test, you ready. You ready. You pass this test, you're ready. Because I believe running the ball is the only hope these 6 teams or these 6 games, they're going to have it beating the Cowboys with that dynamic offense. They're going to have to beat them running the ball. So we're going to see what this Christian Parker defense is going to be. But this is a golden opportunity in here. Man, I'm excited about this season. I'm excited about this season, man. I think it's set up for the Cowboys to succeed. I really do. It's going to be a test. I think it's going to build the Cowboys mentally. I think it's going to help them build the defense and what they need it to be. I believe it's just going to do so many good things for the Dallas Cowboys. I think it's going to be incredible. I really do. I really do. Man, I'm excited. You know, I want y'all to understand something, man. You know, I know people say stuff like, oh, we say this every year. There is nothing wrong with having a wait and see attitude and still being excited about the Dallas Cowboys. You can still be excited about the Dallas Cowboys. You can still be excited about what they might be, could be. You can still be excited while at the same time saying, if everything goes right on the field, got to see it on the field. You can still be excited. Man, we got to be one of the only fan bases I know. And I can understand a 31-year drought. But there are some teams out there that have droughts longer than 31 years. And they are still excited about their doggone teams. And nobody gets mad at them about it. Nobody gets mad at them about it. We got to be one of the only fan bases I know of is that if people get excited about the team, people within the fan base get mad at people in the fan base for being excited about the team. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Yeah, we got to see it on the field. Everybody else got to see it on the field too. But we can be excited about this team because we are doing a lot of things right. Real Estate Vet said Baltimore's our midterm, San Francisco is our final test. Hey, we got to whoop them boys, man. Yeah, we got to whoop up on San Francisco. I'm just so glad this year they gave us San Francisco and Dallas because they normally don't give us San Francisco in Dallas. And so just a quick, we're going to listen to some player interviews before we close out tonight. because I keep saying we are, and I definitely want to listen to those. They're not that long. But I want to look at this Dallas Cowboys roster one more time, man. I'm telling you, every time I look at this Dallas Cowboys roster, I don't know about y'all, but every time I look at this doggone Dallas Cowboys roster, man, I just get more and more excited. This roster has me excited, man. This coaching staff, the roster has me excited. The coaching staff has me excited. The culture has me excited. I mean, the schedule has me excited, man. I'm sorry, man. I'm like, hey, man, can't nobody bring me down, man. I'm just feeling real good about the Cowboys this year. I'm just feeling so good about the Cowboys this year because they're just doing so many things right. And when you look at this roster, man, they're talking about competing every day. Let me tell you something. There's going to be some serious competition on this team because this squad is the depth is what I'm so impressed with. There's just not going to be a lot of room on this team, man. There's just not going to be a lot of room on this team for mediocre players. There's just not going to be a lot of room on this team. I mean, the wide receiver room, Pickens, Lamb, Flanoy. I mean, Turpin is under contract. What are you doing past 4? I mean, do y'all realize we literally have Anthony Smith, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, Jonathan Mingo, which I think he's about to go, Trayshawn Holden, Tyler Johnson, Jaden Smith, Camden Brown, and Jordan Hudson. Do y'all realize that we have 6, 7, we basically have 8 wide receivers competing for the 8th spot. We have 8 receivers competing for 1 spot. That's all they're competing for. This is literally all they're competing for. You're not supplanting George, CD, and Flanoy. You're not supplanting those 3. Turpin, you're not supplanting him. Anthony Smith, I think he's got a leg up because he was drafted. They're all playing. If the Cowboys carry 6 wide receivers, they're all playing for 1. This is it. This is it. This is all they're playing for, 1 spot. You gon' in this wide receiver room, man, you're going to have to be doing one-hand catches, acrobatic. You're going to have to be doing one-hand catches, acrobatic catches, no-look catches. I mean, man, you can't even drop a T-shirt in this wide receiver room. You better not even drop a fork in the lunchroom in this wide receiver room. I mean, man, it's just too many. The talent in the wide receiver room is ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous, man. You better be an ace on special teams if you're making the wide receiver crew on this, if you're going to be a wide receiver on this team. Practice squad, here you come. I mean, I'm telling y'all, these wide receivers back here, they're literally playing for the practice squad. They're literally playing for the practice squad. They're playing for the practice squad. Man, they playing for the practice squad in this wide receiver room. They're playing for the practice squad, bruh. They are. Shoot. Ron Mack said, you right, G's. I've been a Cowboys fan since 73. No one can tell me to not be positive for our Cowboys. Man, shoot. I don't know why people be letting people control their feelings. Man, ain't nobody controlling me. I understand. We got to see it on the field. Yes, we got to see it on the field because it don't happen on the field. It don't matter. But at the same time, don't mean we can't be excited. Just because you get excited don't make you wrong if the Cowboys don't win. Man, I'm going to be excited down to the shoot. Man, I'm going to be excited. Man, I'm excited about this team. Kayla said it's Marquez. Man, I'm going to tell you something. I'm not going to pencil Marquez. But you know what, though? It does seem like they're wanting to use Valdez-Scantling's speed. Problem is, though, with Valdez-Scantling, 1, he drops passes. 2, he's never really been that productive. 3, I question whether or not a player who's probably not been a special teams ace, I question whether or not he's really going to want to play special teams like that being this late in his career. I thought that the only way Scantling was going to really be on this team is if there was going to be an issue with George Pickens. With George Pickens being on this team and being in Oxnard, California, I'm not going to pencil in Marquez Valdez-Scantling. I'm not going to pencil him in, but we'll see. You might be right, though. It does seem like they want to see his speed, but I'm not penciling him in. Yeah, Bass, I am too. I mean, that's going to be one of the highlights of this of the training camp. Now, when you get to this right here, this is the only spot I got questions with the Dallas Cowboys, left and right tackle. I don't think Nate Thomas in reality should be any competition for Tyler Guyton, but we're going to see. I'm not sure about Shiaz or Pete back here. I'm not really sure about that. And then when you get to the other side, you got Drew Shelton. Now, I do think Drew Shelton is going to I think he might try to do a little something, but they say he can play swing tackle, so he can play either one. But I don't think the Cowboys are anticipating this. I think best case scenario, I believe the Cowboys are hoping both Terrence Steele and Tyler Guyton really make huge steps this year. Terrence Steele will be, 2 years now removed from that knee injury. Tyler Guyton looks like he's in really good shape. So we'll see what happens there. This is a big question mark, is left and right tackle with the Cowboys. But again, look at the tight end room. Michael Trigg just put serious pressure on the tight end room. Michael Trigg just made this tight end room way better. Trigg will leapfrog Schoonmaker. There's no doubt in my mind. Ferguson, Brevin Spanford, Michael Trigg, and they'll probably keep Schoonmaker. That tight end room looks really, really good. DJ Rogers will probably be on the practice squad. But I like the Cowboys tight end room. It's another room that Trigg is going to put tremendous pressure. And I believe before it's said and done, Trigg is going to be the third tight end in the tight end room. Of course, I'm liking the fact we got Sam Howell and Joe Milton battling back here. Then the running back room. A lot of people don't like the running back room, but I like it. Javonte Williams, Jaden Blue, Malik Davis, Phil Maffa. Phil Maffa is the one I got my eyes on as far as the Javonte Williams tandem. And then I got Jaden Blue as the specialist back to do different things. And I think Malik Davis may actually have a few things to say too. A lot of people have been talking about this UFL running back. I think there are people that have been talking about that UFL running back. But as far as I know, the Cowboys have not signed that running back from the UFL, even though they're looking at him. And then, of course, this is the question mark. The Cowboys got this immensely talented fullback, and they don't know what to do with him. They don't know what to do with Hunter Lipke. They don't know what to do with him. So we're going to see what Brian Schottenheimer does this year. And again, I'm very excited about the Cowboys defense. A lot of young, good talent on the defense. We might have the best defensive tackle tandem in the league. We're going to see how that turns out. We got Otito Ogbonnia. I'm excited about him and Jonathan Bullard. Both of them are really good at the run. I want to see if Jay Toya evolves this year, because for as much as people keep talking about this 3-4 defense with the Cowboys are not going to be able to run that 3-4 defense, not even 60% of the time. I don't think anybody runs it 50% of the time. So I do believe the Cowboys are going to be running some 4-down lineman stuff. I think that's what we're going to be able to see. Bullard, Toya, Overton. We're going to get a good look at Overton, Ogbonnia. I'm really impressed with the depth of the Dallas Cowboys behind these starting these players. Again, Overton, Toya, Bullard, the linebacking crew. Man, let me tell y'all something. Everybody's concerned about Demarion Overshown. I'm not concerned. If Demarion Overshown can stay healthy, he can do that job. If Overshown can stay healthy, he can do that job. The middle linebacker, if I'm not mistaken, I heard some people talking about this green dot position. They don't necessarily have to play, especially in the 3-4. They don't have to play the passing game as much. They are read and react. That's what they do. And they are the ones that pursue that the running back, the quarterback, those types of things. I believe Demarion Overshown is going to flourish. He stays healthy, book it. Overshown is going to be in the conversation, I believe, for Defensive Player of the Year if he stays healthy. There is no doubt in my mind he can play middle linebacker. He can play it in this system. I think he'll be fine. D. Winters, I think he's one of the sneakiest good picks the Cowboys made in free agency. And then, of course, you got Rashawn Gary, Donovan Ezeraku, second year. Don't sleep on James Houston, Shamar James, Jayshawn Barham, nor Malachi Lawrence. And these three I know will be playing, and probably all four of them. Maurice Leofau, we'll see what the Cowboys do with him. He may find himself being odd man out. Sam Williams is in a contract year. We're going to see what Sam Williams does. But when you look at the depth at linebacker, I believe all 8 of these guys are going to play. I believe all 8 of these doggone linebackers, they're going to play. All 8 of them. And I think this is one of the ways the Cowboys can probably keep Demarion Overshown healthy. You make sure he can play green dot and or play Mike, and make sure that one of these guys back here can play green dot. So they got the depth back here. And the thing that I'm so impressed by, so glad we got Devin Moore to back up there with Deron Bland. Nobody's selling me on Kalen Carson. Nobody's selling me on Kalen Carson. Nobody. I got to see it. Ain't nobody selling me on him. Josh Butler, I'm very anxious to see what he looks like when he comes back. But the cornerback room, I like the way the cornerback room looks. Kobe Durant, thank you. Kobe Durant. Savon Revel Jr. is looking better. Triquez Bridges might be gone after training camp. He might be gone after training camp. But I like what we got here. Not to mention, we got Darian Kendrick. We got Caleb Downs. Reddy Stewart played pretty good last year. Zion Childress, a lot of people like him. The Dallas Cowboys they have tremendous depth. Tremendous depth. And again, I'm excited to see Caleb Downs out there playing that nickel for the Cowboys. Again, Kobe Durant, I think he's going to be a playmaker. Really want to see what Malik Hooker's going to look like with this revamped safety room. And I'm excited for Jalen Thompson, my favorite free agent pickup of the Dallas Cowboys year. I love what they're doing. Andre Johnson, not going to happen. I'm not sure. I'll be honest with you. I've heard this conversation, Andre. At least I've seen some of the talk. I don't think Maurice Leofau. I don't think Maurice Leofau is the smartest linebacker in their eyes. I don't think he is. I absolutely do not think he is. I do not think Maurice Leofau is the smartest linebacker they have. I don't. Especially now that D. Winters has entered into the conversation. I don't think he's the smartest linebacker they have. And if he was the smartest linebacker, because somebody would have to explain to me, and this is the part where people can't explain it to you other than through their own opinion, and observation. Maurice Leofau has been here for a while. And Maurice Leofau has shown that he can make plays, but he's also shown he can make some bonehead plays. And I think this is one of the reasons why Maurice Leofau has found himself at the back of this Dallas Cowboys depth chart. And I'm going to be honest with you. He's going to struggle to get up here. Maurice Leofau is going to struggle to get up there. And again, Andre Johnson, I hear all the film conversation, but you can make film say what you want it to say. Because in actuality, for as much as someone say, look at film on him, I would dare say, well, go look at film on all these linebackers. Go look at the film on all of them and then come to a conclusion. Don't just look at Maurice Leofau and put him in a box because you got your eye on him and you're saying this about him. Don't just put your eye on him. No. You got to look at him compared to everyone. And I think there is something to be said. We're either saying that this coaching staff doesn't know what it's doing, or there's another issue to this conversation, that maybe they're all saying something about Maurice Leofau. He's talented, but he's not The Mike linebacker, he's not even the starting linebacker. You got to think about this. He didn't even beat out Shamar James last year. Maurice Leofau didn't even beat out Shamar James. And we know Shamar James got some work to go. He didn't even beat out Shamar James. Why couldn't Maurice Leofau? Again, I hear all this talk. Let's boil this down to brass taxes. What is the reason why Maurice Leofau did not beat out Shamar James? Why is Shamar James rated higher than Maurice Leofau? Leofau been here for a minute. And there's obviously something they're not seeing in him. There's something that they're not seeing in him. Bass, hold on a second. Stop the press. Bass, I said this last year and people said no. That is where I think they should have moved Maurice Leofau. Maurice Leofau, you got to think about the size of Maurice Leofau. Maurice Leofau, to me, doesn't look like a linebacker. He looks more like a safety. And I think that's some of the things the Cowboys are seeing with him. Bass said they're experimenting with Leofau to see where he fits. I mean, he's here. He's valuable to them. CP Shotty did make changes. In college, he played some safety. Again, DeVar's Worley. Shamar James had 100 tackles last year. Why didn't Maurice Leofau beat out Shamar James? I mean, I hear some of these arguments we make. Yeah, like I said, we can pick plays on Maurice Leofau. He's good and react player, but he also makes some bonehead plays. Maurice Leofau makes some bonehead plays too. And we got to ask ourselves, Shamar James is a rookie. How did Shamar James beat out Maurice Leofau? Are we saying that they didn't know what they were looking at last year? I'll go even a step further. This is the part that's always funny to me, Andre Johnson, when people start talking about watching film. Let me tell you the funny part. So we don't think that when Christian Parker came to the Dallas Cowboys, we don't think Christian Parker watched film on all these players? Man, I'm telling you, there are some people out there in Cowboys Nation, they do some very good work. And I'm not bagging or downing them. But I'm also giving you another side of this story. Because I know that some of us out here think we're the smartest people in the room all the time. We think we know more than the coaches on the team. I mean, I'm serious. There are some people out there, not just in Cowboys Nation. There are some people out there in social media. They literally have the wrong job. They need to be working for somebody's team because they think they know more than the team. But all I'm saying is this. We don't think Christian Parker watched film on them. We don't think that, do we not think that Brian Schottenheimer actually sat down with Christian Parker and the new defensive staff? They actually sat down. We don't think they sat down and watched all of the tape on these players. They watched all the film. They watched all the film on these players. They're not coming up with the pecking order on this team. They're not coming up with the pecking order without watching the film. They're not. All right, so Anthony Robinson said, he says, name the players you like. You talking about linebacker? At this point in time, I'm trusting the coaches. I trust the coaches. I really trust the coaches on this because Maurice Leofau, I know why he's back there. I think Maurice Leofau can be an exciting player. I just don't know if I think he's a little small to be linebacker. I really do. And I'm telling you right now, I'm not picking him over Rashawn Gary. I'm definitely not picking him over Malachi Lawrence. Who am I picking Maurice Leofow over? I'm not picking Maurice Leofow over Demarion Overshown. There is no way, no how I'm picking Demarion. If Demarion Overshown is healthy, there's no way I'm picking Maurice Leofow. I'm not picking Maurice Leofow over Shamar James. And the reason why I'm not picking Maurice Leofow over Shamar James is because Maurice Leofow couldn't even beat out a rookie last year. So I'm not picking him over those players. Yeah, I'm naming the players that I like. Which I don't know why the hostility here. Let's calm down a little bit. This is the issue with some of us. We get all in our feelings if, whatever. We don't have to get in our feelings about this. The issue is we trust people out here talking in the court of public opinion when I'm trusting the coaches. And I've already said this. I'm trusting the coaches. Because one thing I know, they're smarter than these people out here who are saying that whatever they're saying about Maurice Leofow. These coaches are smarter than them. They're smarter than them. And if Maurice Leofow was whatever anybody says that he is, Maurice Leofow would be up there in that. He would already be up there, but he's not. And I've already told you who I like. I like everybody that they have in front of Maurice Leofow. I just named them for you. I like everybody they have in front of Maurice Leofow. All of them. I like Rashawn Gary, better than him. D. Winters, better than him. Demarion Overshown, better than him. Malachi Lawrence, better than him. Jayshawn Barham, better than him. Shamar James, better than him. I like all 6 of those linebackers better than him. Absolutely. Every day of the week, I like all of them better than him. And I'm sure I don't know. I could be totally wrong. I've heard no conversation about Maurice Leofow being even in the conversation as a green dot for the Dallas Cowboys. This conversation ain't coming from the Cowboys. This conversation is coming from somewhere else. I trust the coaches on this. And I don't think we ask the right questions sometimes. If Maurice Leofow was all that, whatever anybody says that he is, well, why do you go get guys like Shamar James? Why do you go get guys like Jayshawn Barham? Why do you bring in D. Winters? Why do you bring them in? Why do you bring them in if you feel like that Maurice Leofow, as the Dallas Cowboys, if they feel like Maurice Leofow is what some people think that he is, are they smarter than the Dallas Cowboys coaches who have actually been watching film on Maurice Leofow, watching him in camp, watching him in preseason, watching him on the field? They've been watching him all this time, but yet they're missing something. They're missing something with Maurice Leofow, and he should be the green dot. Okay? I'll let you tell it. And anybody else who want to tell it. You have your opinion all you want to. But I trust the coaches on this. I trust the coaches. I've already said this. And this is why I'm saying I'm not having none of these frivolous arguments with anybody. People love all that crazy talk. Not me. I trust the coaches. I believe Christian Parker is smarter than anybody out there in YouTube land. He's smarter than anybody. And if Christian Parker believes that Maurice Leofow should not be the Mike linebacker, I believe it. I believe it every single time. I believe it. No, I named 6 players. You're not listening. I don't know if you on a different stream. I don't know if you on a different stream. I've named 6 linebackers that I would take over Maurice Leofow. I like all 6 of them. I just said this. I like all 6 of these linebackers more than Maurice Leofow. All 6 of them. There is no conversation coming out of Dallas. There's no, thank you, Caitlin. I done said this 3 times. There is no conversation coming out of Dallas, at least right now. This could change in training camp. There is no conversation coming out of Dallas about Maurice Leofow. There's no conversation coming out about Maurice Leofau. That's outside of Dallas. I like all 6 of these linebackers. And again, I'm with you, Bass. I just think he's a little small to be an outside linebacker. I just think he's a little small. I really do. And again, if he was what anybody's saying that he is, I'm sorry, I think Christian Parker would pick up on it because I know for a fact, this isn't conjecture. Christian Parker is smarter than anybody out here on YouTube talking about any of these players on the Dallas Cowboys. I will watch and listen to what Christian Parker says rather than consume myself with arguments about players on defense. Christian Parker is going to tell us exactly what they are. And if Maurice Leofau moves his way up the depth chart, then I trust Christian Parker said that Maurice Leofau moves up the depth chart. But at this point in time, where he is, if that's where he truly is, I'm trusting the coaches. I'm not listening to anybody else. I'm not having none of these arguments this year, and that includes you. I'm not having none of these type of arguments. We got the right coaches. We got the right defensive coaches. They're smarter than any of these people out here talking about what the Cowboys should do. I'm not listening to any of that talk. Christian Parker knows what he's doing. Absolutely. Absolutely knows what he's doing. I don't care about anybody else's talk. I'm not even going to entertain those conversations over here. So if you like them kind of conversations, I don't know what to tell you, but I'm not entertaining them. I trust what the Dallas Cowboys are doing. Christian Parker is an absolute guru. If there was somebody out here in YouTube smarter than Christian Parker, they'd be on somebody's team coaching. They'd be on somebody's team scouting. They wouldn't be on YouTube scouting. Coyote said we need to get to camp to really find out who is who on this defense. I mentioned that earlier. Now, Coyote, let's understand something, though. We've seen Maurice Leofau in camp, and we know we've seen him. We've seen Overshown. We've seen James. We've seen Ezraku. We've seen Sam Williams. We've seen them. We got to see what they look like as they get into training camp with Christian Parker. But I'm telling us right now, I believe Maurice Leofau is going to have, he's going to have to really get out here and show something. He's going to have to really get out here and show something, I believe, to work his way up that doggone depth chart. I do. Bass said, Rev said, he said, so I thought, he said, how in the world did we get Jerry, who don't shut up, but he hired CP, and we can't even get this brother on FBI tracking device for more than 30 seconds? Man, I don't even know, bro. Brandy said Overshown needs better hold. Well, Brandy, Overshown said he's got the best knees in the NFL now. Those Overshown words, not mine. Overshown said he has the best knees in the NFL. I don't know how he got them, but that's all I know. Overshown says he has the best knees in the league. And if he got the best knees in the league, then they're going to hold up. So I'm excited. But at this point in time, I don't even think there's a dispute. And this is why I'm not going to involve myself in those type of disputes. They're just, they just cause a lot of friction and don't make sense. I believe it's blatantly obvious that DeMarion Overshown is going to be the middle linebacker for the Cowboys. I don't even think that is a question. It is his job to give away. If he stays healthy, he is going to be the middle linebacker. And DeMarion Overshown told us this point blank. He said Christian Parker told him straight up that he wanted him to be the middle linebacker. Those were his words. And I haven't heard anybody come out and dispute those words. Matter of fact, we're about to listen to some player interviews. I'll let you hear it. It's Cowboys After Dark. I'm just telling you what he said. Yeah, I'm just telling you what he said. And I haven't heard anybody come out and dispute DeMarion Overshown. I haven't heard Christian Parker come out and dispute him. I haven't heard Brian Schottenheimer come out and dispute him. I've heard nobody come out and dispute Demarion Overshown when he dropped a megaton bomb.
Was it important to be here and not be on your honeymoon?
Let's check him out. Demarion Overshown dropped a megaton bomb. And he doesn't seem like, this didn't seem like this was like conjecture. Overshown just basically came out and said, I'm the middle linebacker, period. All right, hold on a second. Looks like we're getting a little lag here. All right, hold on a second. Yeah, Anthony Lee, if anything, I believe it would be D Winners behind Demarion Overshown. I think you make a great point. I think it would actually be D Winners behind Demarion Overshown simply because D Winners played Mike, if I'm not mistaken, D Winners took over Mike last year for the San Francisco 49ers when their Mike linebacker went down. So I think that if it's not Demarion Overshown, it's actually going to be D Winners. I agree with you. I think that's who it's going to be. I think he'll be their second choice. I absolutely do. Yeah, I think he'll be their second choice. But I think it's Demarion Overshown's job. I don't think there's a question of anybody else. I think D Winners will be the backup option for them if Overshown does not stay healthy. But if Overshown stays healthy, I believe it is Overshown's job. Because
why was it important to be?
All right, because nobody's disputing it. Yeah, and again, Anthony Lee, see, D Winners got experience he's got experience at the mic. But I believe this is a big year. This is a big year for Demarion Overshown. And it seems like to me they're going to give him every opportunity to succeed. I really do. Bass said D Winners, and you know, you've already heard talk about Caleb Downs. You've already heard talk about Caleb Downs, which I don't think it's going to happen. But I truly believe that Demarion Overshown is the Mike linebacker. And nobody's disputing this because this is what he said. Check this out. Y'all remember this? This is Demarion Overshown. This is Demarion Overshown. Just boldly said this.
Be here, not be on your honeymoon.
My baby know, man, this is what provides for our family. And she know how much, I want to be a part of this. I done missed a lot of football, just being out with injury. So any chance I get to strap it up and, show that leader mentality, and that's showing up every day. A lot of people get married, and I got a lot of more time to have a honeymoon. But right now the main thing is the main thing, and that's to, get these installs in. So when we take this break before training camp, I come back as the Mike linebacker that everybody can look at and say, this is our guy. This is the guy that's going to lead our defense to the next level.
See, Overshown is going to be the middle linebacker. I don't understand why anybody's questioning this. He is the middle linebacker for this team. I absolutely believe it. He's the middle linebacker. And if you think about what you want a middle linebacker to be, now I will say this about Overshown, but this is kind of the truth about the Cowboys defense in general. I think the Cowboys defense in general, they got the big guys in the trenches. They got some big guys in the trenches. But everything around the trenches, they seem to be a little bit smaller. I think all of them are kind of small, but at the same time, I guess this is the kind of players they want for the kind of defense that Parker wants. He wants those versatile players that can play the pass, they can play the run, they can rush the quarterback, they can pursue running backs. He wants those type of players, so I guess they kind of fit the bill. But Overshown healthy, I don't think there's anybody on the Dallas Cowboys team that is as quick as Overshown. I don't think they have anybody as quick. The dude's talent is off the charts. It's off the charts. If you're talking about a middle linebacker, he is the minus the size. He is the guy you want there.
Health. I mean, just tell how healthy are you, how good you feel. This is the best you felt.
Look, man. Look, since I could remember, look, I got the best knees in the NFL. You ask me.
He said it. I didn't.
You know, technology these days is crazy. So I feel great. I already starting off as a win. You know, being healthy. So the fact that I'm healthy, going into the season, going into training camp, you can expect a lot from me.
Coach Parker, what have you learned from him in your few months with him so far?
Everything. I learned that, you know, in order for us to be the great defense that we're going to be, I'm going to have to be the great leader that I need to be. So him giving me that role and giving me that badge, I took that, you know, with heart because I want to be that. I want people to look at me in the fourth quarter and say, this guy's still going hard. So let me give what I got.
He is the leader of the defense. He was the leader of the defense last year. He was the leader. As long as he's healthy, he's the leader of the defense. Bottom line, he's the leader of the defense. Coyote said he never questioned Overshown's talent, just worried about him getting hurt. And he's had some freak accidents. Yeah, Ezra is good too. What up, Dudley? Not green dot, but he's good. Anthony Lee says small, but they have speed. And I think that's what they're going for by design. What's going on, Ignacio? He said a healthy Overshown is key. This team looks locked in, man. Exciting season ahead. Win and Will Downs wear number 2. Man, I don't know. We gonna see. Shoot, man, we gonna see. It's gonna be, oof. I don't know. Brady, let me tell you something. Yeah, he like the black Sean Lee right now. He got to be healthy this year. What's going on, Ron Cooper? He said, first time checking in after dark. This is like the DCAM coast to coast. Yes, sir, man. It's Cowboys After Dark. We're going to get even busier during the season. Yeah. Anthony Lee, he's playing for a contract. I agree with you. Yeah. Playing for a contract. Coyote said he don't have to be that big. Most important thing is the D-line, and that's it. They got those big guys in the trenches, keeping the offensive line, getting to the second level, let them have lanes to run. Yeah, I agree with you on that. Robert Dudley said we need to keep him in bubble wrap this year. Keep him in bubble wrap. Bass, yeah, being cerebral is key for this position, and I think Overshown is there. I think he's there. And just listen to him talk. Overshown isn't talking like there's a competition for the middle linebacker. No, he's saying I'm the middle linebacker. Yeah, I'm the green dot. I mean, I'm the Mike. He's saying this. He's not implying it. He's saying it. He's saying if you're not paying attention that there's actually been conversations about this. He's saying it.
Got left. Let me get what I got left. So, and then the football just speaks for itself. Everywhere the guy done went, you know, he done coached up talent, coached up all pros, coached up guys to get contracts. So he know what it takes to get players to what they want, and that's to get paid and to win.
What's like the Mike responsibilities? What's different for you there than your first couple years?
I mean, just the fact that I'm in control of everything.
Okay, so for the people in the back, do we hear what Demarion Overshown is saying? He's the middle linebacker. There's no question here. I'm just missing like the question marks that people have. I've heard nobody come out and dispute this. That Demarion Overshown is the starting middle Mike linebacker for the Dallas Cowboys. I've heard nobody disputing this. Overshown isn't talking like he's competing for it. He's saying that the job is mine. No, there's no competing for it. The job is mine. And even the question they're asking him, like, what do you think about having the green dot? Yeah. And I believe he was always going to be that if he stayed healthy. Because Demarion Overshown, I said it in 2024, even when Micah Parsons was here. Overshown was the leader on this defense. He was the leader. He just couldn't stay healthy. He's been the leader. If this man can stay healthy, the sky's the limit. If this man stays healthy, This defense is going to be off the chain. This defense will be off the chain if this man stays healthy. I'm telling y'all now, this defense will be off the chain if this defense stays healthy. Yeah, Bass. Yeah, you said it. He's saying it confidently. Anthony Lee said he approves. I mean, I don't understand why people are making this complicated. I mean, this is why I'm not going to get into all these discussions about and arguing with folks. I mean, people love to argue about, what am I arguing about this for? I don't make the decisions. I'm not going to bust my brain going and doing hey, people can do whatever they want to do. Knock yourself out, as Jada Kidd said. And I applaud some of the work some people do. I'm just not doing it. I'm not doing that kind of work when the Dallas Cowboys and Mario and Overshown have already told us. We're just not accepting it. We're saying, well, we're smarter than them. Some people, we're smarter than them. Well, I'm going to trust Christian Parker. I'm trusting that Christian Parker and the defensive coordinator, all of the defensive coaches on this team, they went back and studied film on all these players, and they already got a good mind of where everybody's lining up. I'm just telling us, man, there's not a lot of room on this team. Contrary to what some people may think, there's not a lot of room on this team. I'm telling you now, Leofau, I don't care what anybody's saying. Leofau better show up and show out. Leofau better show up and show out. Just like Sam Williams. There is no room, there's no margin of error for Sam Williams and Maurice Leofau. Understand what I'm telling us. There's no room for it. And the reason why I don't think people are realizing something. What I'm looking at is some of these players. They didn't come in the Brian Schottenheimer regime. Some of these players are leftovers from the Mike McCarthy regime. And it seems like to me that Schotty has been working, other than the absolute superstars, he's been working on putting in his own players in these places. So Leofau and these guys, boy, they better, I'm telling y'all, they better come in and show out. They're going to have to be consistent. Just like I told y'all in that wide receiver room, I wouldn't drop a fork. I wouldn't drop a fork in the lunchroom if I'm a wide receiver in this wide receiver room, not named Lamb, not named Flournoy, Pickens, or Turpin. I wouldn't drop a fork. I wouldn't drop a fork. And I'm telling you right now, if my name is Maurice Leofau or Sam Williams, man, you bet not miss a tackle, man. You bet not miss a tackle. You bet not get beat on no plays. Because they're already behind the 8 ball. They really are. Jay Battle said, I trust Park, and I like Shamar James too. Yeah, Jay Battle, see, I'm not going to worry about all this stuff that people are talking about. Because Christian Parker, there's nobody that can convince me that they're smarter than Christian Parker and his defensive staff. They can't convince me. Jay Battle, problem is you got to make, I mean, how many linebackers are they going to carry? I believe he can play special teams too. I really think they should have moved him to safety, but that's just me. I don't. What do I know? Jay Battle said Sam Williams can go. Yeah, he might be gone. Shoot, he better ball out this year. He is definitely behind the 8 ball because there's not a lot of roster spots here. Coyote said there are a lot of guys that will be fighting for a roster spot. I love what you said, spot. Yeah, spot. Yeah, LT Overton here. You think Toya gone? We gonna see. Ron said, Jay-Z said, got to talk it out, then walk it out. Yeah. It's not, man, I'm telling you, there's not a lot of positions on this team, man. Shoot, Ron Mack said if they don't show up, they'll be shipping out. Ain't no more keeping you because we like you. Yeah. D Natty, he said he think the Cowboys going to be top 10. We'll see defense-wise. I tell you this, I don't know if they'll be top 10 overall, but I think by the end of the season, I think there's a chance that Christian Parker could have him playing like a top 10. But again, let's continue to listen to Overshown. Overshown is telling us, no, I'm the middle linebacker.
People gonna look for me to, set the front or make the checks when the offense making the check, or I got to be CP on the field. That's what we talk about a lot. Is I got to be, an extension of him on the field. So, like I say, that's a role that, you do it well. You play here for a long time. You play in one place for a long time. So,
and let me make this clear too. You know what? I'm not knocking anybody's hustle, nobody's work. But I am going to tell you this. Reading and reacting is different than knowing where every player on the field is supposed to be. That's different. You can be a great read and react player. We're not just talking about a read and react player. We're talking about a player that must be the quarterback on the defense. He must know where everybody is supposed to line up. He must be able to read what's going on the other side as far as motions and how teams are lined up and the running back and the tight end and whatever little shifts they do. He's not reading and reacting. We got to understand what's being said here. You got to know where everyone is supposed to be. You're supposed to know where everybody is supposed to be lined up. You are literally, as he said, you're the extension of the defensive coordinator on the field. Reading and reacting to plays is different than knowing every single play and knowing what every single person is doing on the defense. For example, they say these are the types of things that Caleb Downs does. Caleb Downs is not just a great player because he reads and reacts. Caleb Downs is a great player because he's very studious and he knows where everyone is supposed to be. He's that type of player. So showing film of a player reading and reacting is different than showing a player that is actually doing the position and is getting everybody lined up, getting everybody in position, making the calls for the line, making the calls for the linebackers, making sure the back end is right. Those are two totally different things. You can be a great read and reacting player and not be a Mike linebacker. It's like being a running back. That don't make you a quarterback. A running back knows what he's supposed to be doing. And you don't get even many players on offense that's trying to figure out where everybody else is going per se. But the quarterback has to know all of that. The quarterback is different. It's like saying, oh man, I've seen the film on this guy. He can throw the ball. Yeah, he can throw the ball. He's good at throwing outs. He can throw the ball deep and all that. Yeah, but can he play quarterback? Throwing the ball and playing quarterback are two different things. This is why, for example, I got a quarterback I can give you an example on. This is why Kyler Murray is struggling in Minnesota. Kyler Murray is struggling in Minnesota. You want to know why? Why is he struggling? Bass, you know we don't say struggling, we say struggling. Why is Kyler Murray struggling so bad in Minnesota? Because the coach is requiring him to know the playbook. He's being required to know the playbook. And he's struggling. Kyler Murray is a tremendous athlete. He is a tremendous athlete. But you know what people say about Kyler Murray? Doesn't stay in the playbook. Likes to play a lot of video games. And Jay Battle, I'm going to give you this part too. He can't see over the line. He is struggling in Minnesota. He absolutely is. We got another player we can talk about like this. If there is one quarterback that I believe should have won a Super Bowl, it's Michael Vick. A lot of people don't realize this, but Michael Vick didn't truly start playing quarterback until he got with Andy Reid. Prove me wrong. Michael Vick will tell you that himself. Michael Vick didn't start playing quarterback until he got with Andy Reid. Michael Vick didn't look at tape, didn't study, didn't do any of those things. He was such a great athlete that he literally just got back there. He knew the plays per se, didn't study defenses. Michael Vick will tell you this. I'm not making this up. Michael Vick would basically drop back and play backyard football. You open or you're not. You're not open, pull the ball down, and he gone. But when he got with Andy Reid, I just wish Michael Vick could have got with Andy Reid early in his career because he'd have been playing quarterback way earlier than he did than when he got out of prison. Somebody throwing the football well and playing quarterback is different than playing quarterback and being a quarterback like Dak Prescott, who is cerebral and knows not only what everybody is doing on the football field. Dak Prescott knows what everybody's doing on the football field. He knows every single audible. He knows what everybody's supposed to be on the audible, and then reads the defense across the line and looks at any little thing they give him and can make adjustments based on that. Everybody can't do that the way Dak Prescott does it. They can't. And everybody can't play quarterback just because they can throw a doggone football. And just because somebody plays linebacker and they can read and react doesn't mean they're ready to be the Mike linebacker for a football team. You got to show me evidence of them actually doing the job. I mean, you got to show me some evidence of them doing the job. You got to show me this, because this is why people are saying that there's a possibility that Caleb Downs could be the green dot. They're not saying this because Caleb Downs is a great player. They're saying this because Caleb Downs got a lot up here. He's cerebral. Play concepts, they come natural to him. And he not only studies what he's supposed to be doing, Caleb Downs knows on every single play what everybody is supposed to be doing. Now, last time I checked, I haven't heard anybody say that about Maurice Leofau. Just because you can play and read and react and seeing what you see, don't mean you can be the green dot. Doesn't mean that. But I can tell you this. They must have seen something in DeMarion Overshown, because DeMarion Overshown is saying that he is the Mike linebacker and he is the middle linebacker. And I'm sorry, I have no problem with it. I don't know why people got a problem with it. I mean, I guess you can have a problem with whatever you want. I don't have a problem with it because I trust these coaches. Yeah, Bass said it. Dak don't need a playbook on his wrist. Yeah. Boy, Dak different, bro. That boy Dak different. Ron Mack said great coaches know what to do to get the best out of the players, even if it's going to another player to get it done. Truly great coaches don't have to go through all of that. Nope. Yeah, I'm excited about Kobe Durant, J Battle. I'm excited, man. Robert Dudley said a talented player that has all the intangibles don't always work hard or improve. A lot of times quarterbacks hit quarterback walls. He said what you put in What you put in life is what you get out. Yeah. And see, Kyler Murray's an immensely talented player. But when you get to this level, nah, bro, you got to study.
We all know what year this is for me. It's contract year, and you give me the green dot, so I got an opportunity to prove.
Okay, let me play this again for the people in the back. This is why, for me, this is no discussion. I mean, it's not a debate for me. I don't know what people are debating about. They're basically saying, I guess they know more than the coaches. Okay, I don't know. Maybe you do. Actually, I guess I don't really know your football capacity. Maybe you know more than the coaches. But it seems to me that these coaches are saying, because I don't think Overshown would be saying unless he knew, I'm the green dot, I'm the Mike, I'm the middle linebacker. Let's hear him say it again, straight out.
Like I say, that's a role that, you do it well. You play here for a long time. You play in one place for a long time. So we all know what year this is for me. It's contract year, and you give me the green dot. So I got an opportunity to prove myself.
Did you ask for it?
What are we arguing about? I've told y'all about this before, man. I've told so many people about this before. This is not that's not my platform. I'm sorry. That's just not my platform. Some people like having knockdown drag-outs about these certain hypotheticals and whatever the case may be. I'm like Jadakiss, knock yourself out. That's just not me. Why am I arguing about a decision from the coach that I absolutely trust? And if Christian Parker says that he's no longer the green dot, and he says that Maurice Leofau is the green dot, guess what I'm going to say? I trust the coaches. Because they've obviously put in the work, and they see something that I nor other people, because I'm telling you, they're not going to base whatever they do with Maurice Leofau on anything anybody out there is saying. They're going to do their own work, and they're going to come to those decisions. And whatever decisions they come to, I'm agree with them. I am going to agree with them. Unless they call me up and ask me to play, and that's what I'm going to disagree. Because I know something wrong, D. PJ Locke, hey, let me tell you something. D Natty, PJ Locke ain't going to surprise me. He ain't going to surprise me because he's my favorite free agent pickup for the Cowboys. Jay Battlesea, hey, I forgot about PJ Locke and Jalen Thompson. I mean, not PJ Locke. Jalen Thompson is my favorite, but I also said that PJ Locke is going to work his way onto the field. I've been saying that since they got him. Jalen Thompson is my favorite, but I believe PJ Locke is going to work his way onto the field too. I believe he's going to work his way onto the field. No doubt about it. Baz said, let's just ask ourselves this. Why would a team choose a dude who's been injured 2 years in a row versus a guy they're trying to find a place on the team for personally? He said that's why. Yeah. They know something.
Or did they just say this for you? Because you've been a weak side linebacker in other schemes. And so how did the evolution of transition for you to Mike? How did that evolve with Cowboys?
I think, I've been able to play Mike. It's just been that I haven't been asked to do it. And this year, that role fits me,
I don't know, man. Like I said, I don't understand the discussion. I say as long as Demarion Overshown is healthy, he can do the job. You just got to stay healthy. He can do the job. I actually thought he was going to do the job last year. I don't know if y'all remember, but when Matt Eberflus was here, all he did was stay on the sideline with Matt Eberflus. He was going over the plays, reading the plays. I mean, Overshown was like glued to Matt Eberflus. I believe he could have played it last year, but the Cowboys, of course, I forgot the guy, what was his name? Kenneth Murray. They were calling him K-Dog. Wasn't he the Mike? Never understand that. But, of course, we paid him, so they wanted him to be the green. I guess they wanted him to be the Mike. But I think Overshown just made a very powerful statement. He said, I could have been playing the Mike. They just didn't ask me to. I know why they didn't ask him to, because they did it. They brought in Murray to be the dot, and so they let him do it. But now, if he stays healthy, it's him. It's him. Robert Dudley, and I believe they believe this too. Dudley said Agent Zero has put the time in the film room. I believe they believe this too. Studying and rehabbing Overshown should have mental growth, maturity, and youth. Yep, I believe they see all of this. Coyote, he was not awful. He was a nightmare, bruh. Yeah, you're right, Coyote. He was awful, bro. Man, that's why I said he was a nightmare, man. But some of that might have been flus. But again, I mean, you could tell by the conversation that's being had. I don't understand why so many people question. I mean, I don't know. I guess they're questioning this. I don't know what it is to question. The coaches have made the decision that this dude is the Mike until further notice.
People look at me as a Mike. So, when he got here, he already had the plan built. I just got to follow it. And he doesn't coach, like I said, he doesn't coach great people.
He basically said that this is why I'm telling us. See, we discount this stuff. This is mind-blowing to me. It's like people think that Christian Parker and these coaches just kind of looked at the depth chart and said, okay, this is what we want. No, they looked at film on these guys. They looked at film on these guys. They talked to these guys. They looked at film. They know what this is. Ron Mack said every one of the coaches' voice on the field should be the captain, should be the captains that C on the jersey should be earned. Yeah, no doubt. There said, I don't think he has to fix him as much as he has to stay healthy. I think this is on Overshown. He just got to stay healthy. Parker's system, I believe, is going, if it's anything like Fangio's system, it's going to be great. It's going to be great.
So he know what he got as a Mike and a Mike, and I know what I bring to the table as a Mike.
How does a Mike
start, like after the draft, or when did that conversation start when he said, "I want you to play Mike"?
I mean, it was really when he got here after the draft. When we started meeting, it was just like, we gonna figure it out, but ultimately we want you to be our guy that everybody is hearing before each play. So. Like I said, it ain't nothing for me to go back and forth between both of them. I'm learning both.
Yeah. He basically, he just said this is all, it was already in the plans. They started talking about this immediately.
Both of them right now, but I feel like I've been wanting to be Mike for the longest since my rookie year. I kind of felt like it was gonna come to a time where I wore the C on my chest and I had the green dot, and now I got it. So I'm excited.
Now wait, what did he just say? For the people in the back, what did he just say? I wanted it, now I got it. I don't know. Maybe I'm just different. I don't understand the discussion on that. I don't understand the discussion. I don't know. I don't know. I don't understand the discussion. It's not even worth a discussion for me. He said, I got it. I got it. I don't know what other language are we using here. He said, I got the green dot. I'm the Mike. I got it. Okay. And I would actually think the next candidate would actually be D. Winters, because D. Winters has already done it. And I also think, again, they're going to probably consider that Caleb Downs could actually be a backup green dot too.
With your skills, weak sideline, maybe run sideline to sideline, rush off the edge. How does the Mike fit with your athleticism and what you do best?
I'm be able to do it, even more now. So now I'm not running from sideline to sideline, man. I'm running from the middle of the field to the sideline.
Yeah,
so that's more tackles to me. That's I'm protected on both sides, so now I can just play free. I'm not just coming from, okay, I need you to take care of this side of the field, and we're gonna be good. No, you put me in the middle so I can take care of both sides of the field, and I'm excited to have that role. I ain't been able to, I feel like, just play freely. Play freely in a minute. Since college, since damn near high school. So the fact that I get to be in the middle of the defense, close to everything. I'm excited.
What's different?
I think he's arguably healthy. I think he's arguably the quickest guy on this defense. I think arguably he's the quickest guy on this defense. I don't think there's no linebacker on this team when Demarion Overshown is healthy, the closing speed of Demarion Overshown is incredible. It's incredible. Yeah, he's got closing speed out of this world. He's the quickest guy. And this is why a lot of these guys in the league talk about when he's healthy, he's top 5. GMs around the league said when he's healthy, he's top 5.
About Coach Schottenheimer in year 2?
I say he's a lot more confident. It's not, no gray area. It's black.
All right, so I just want to play that for us again because I just don't understand the discussion on the Demarion Overshown thing. I mean, this is not about debunking or debating anybody's argument on this. I mean, people can make whatever argument they want to. All I'm telling y'all is whatever the coaches decide on this team, I'm rolling with it. I'm not arguing against anything these coaches are doing unless they just do something just insanely crazy. But they know what this is, man. They didn't just give this to him. They watched film on this. They've talked to this guy. They've listened to him talk, and they know what he is. DeVar said, Overshown, let me see here. He said, Overshown, let somebody play. He said, both sides. He said, yeah. Yeah, he said both. Old School said, yes, I agree. He gets to the ball before anyone else. Man, Old School, there's no quicker guy on this team. He is the quickest linebacker on this team when healthy. Ron Max said, I watched a video of them with the dietitians, helping them to understand what foods fuel them and the foods that will create setbacks or inflammation. Really important at this level. Well, we actually saw Robert Saleh. He's the first one I heard. Robert Saleh went the next level, man. He took all the seed oils out of the kitchen. So, health is wealth in this league, man. Caitlin said, people don't think he's big enough, G. Well, I'll tell you this. If Demarion Overshown ain't big enough, then what are we saying about Maurice Leofau? I mean, what are we saying? Because if I'm not mistaken, Maurice Leofau isn't that big. Excuse me. Let's see. Let me look it up. I mean, he could be bigger. I don't know. And again, I think this is actually what Christian Parker wants, though. I think he wants those these quick, let me see. Okay, Maurice Leofau is 6'2", 238 pounds. All right, let's see. Okay, and Overshown, it says here he's listed at 6'2", 220 pounds. Okay, 6'2", 220 pounds. But again, going back to what I was just saying, Caitlin, you say you don't think he's big enough. I kind of question the size of a lot of these Cowboys linebackers, but I think this is kind of what they want. I think they want these quick linebackers. I think that's what they're looking for. Because I don't even think Maurice Leofau, even at his size, I don't think he's that big as a linebacker. And it's strange to me because I guess they just got different body types. But Overshown's body type, though, it just looks different than Overshown's. It just looks, you know what, Brandy? I said this also last year. I said last year I was wondering if Overshown could play safety. I said that last year because of his size. Because how quick he is, how he gets to the ball. But again, I don't know how he would play the pass. But I don't like him really getting mixed up a lot in the scrums. I think that's maybe why he's suffering some of these injuries. But again, hey, who am I to argue? I'm going to trust this football team. If they say that Demarion Overshown is the green dot, well, I trust it. I trust it. Yeah, Coyote said he don't have to be that big. Mike Hunt said, I wish he was playing on the outside where he can use Steve cut off the edge. Well, just listen to him. He says he's going to be able to do both. We're going to see. Yeah, Robert Dudley. I was thinking maybe free safety. But we're going to see how this goes. I mean, because D. Winters has already done this before. Yeah, D. Winters has already done this. Let me see what D. Winters' size is. But again, I think when you look at the Christian Parker system, you look at Vic Fangio's system, I forgot that linebacker that we lost to the Las Vegas Raiders. He was small. He was real small. Yeah, okay, yeah, real estate vet. Let me read y'all's comments. Hold on, let me see something here real quick. Let me pull up. Yeah, I like what you're saying there, real estate vet. Yeah, the game has changed. Yeah, because D. Winters is 5'11", 227 pounds. I mean, the game, like you said, the game has changed, I guess. Yeah, the game has changed. Yeah, real estate, you're right. The game has changed. Linebackers are not like they used to be size-wise. You're right. Game has changed. Main purpose said Fred Warner, 6'3", 230. Yeah. Okay, you said main purpose. You said Overshown City has put on some weight since 220. Okay, because I'm telling you, man, he looks bigger than Leah Fowl to me. Maybe it's their body mates, but he just looks a little bit different in the body. Mike Hunt said P.I. looks like a Stacy. Okay, you say he plays like an outside linebacker, and I've seen him have to play from Texas to when he was on the field. He's around the ball always. Okay, you're talking about Overshown. Yeah. Coyote said, correct, man. You need linebackers that can run with tight ends and running backs. I got your speed is almost more important. And I think Overshown is the quickest guy on this defense. I do. Yeah, I got you, Robert Dudley. That's probably what I got in my mind. Linebackers are no longer the size of Urlacher and Lance brings size. Yeah, I got you. Yeah. Mike Hunt said, I've always thought overall looked like a safety and he can cover the pass. But I don't know. Safety can take those angles and he definitely will come up like Roy Williams. I said this last year, Mike Hunt. I was like, I thought the Cowboys could maybe move him over to safety. I think he's got this. I think they could move Maurice Leofow to safety. I brought that up last year. I think they could move Maurice Leofow to safety. I'd let him take, because I don't think Hooker's going to be here next year. I mean, I'd let him battle Malik Hooker for that position next year.
Appreciate you very much.
Yeah.
When you've looked back, what have you?
Boy, real estate vet, boy, you ain't lying. You said Ray Lewis would probably be a nose tackle now. Boy, yeah, it's changed, man. It's changed. It's changed. Lorenzo said gap and a half scheme is designed to keep the linebackers clean, and that's what Parker is depending on. Yep. Yeah, I agree. Mike Hunt said, I trust the scheme. I do too. He said, I'd never trusted was our defense coordinator in the scheme. It was insanity doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. I mean, he just ran zone 96% of the time until they got on him. What up, Big Mouse Dog? All right, let's listen to Kavonte Turpin.
You found
Kavonte Turpin. This is a big year for Kavonte Turpin, man. Kavonte Turpin, to me, took a step back last year, and I think he took a step back last year because they had him trying to be the third wide receiver on this team. I think they were trying to utilize his speed. I think that's what they were doing. But it didn't quite work out. I just think he was a little too small to do some of the things they were trying to do with him. Turp is the type of guy you just got to get him out in space. So this is Turpin talking about what he's going to do this year. Let's see.
But they all doing it with the same intent.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you very much.
You can improve. When you've looked back, what have you found? What have you and Nick and those guys discussed?
I just say no. Just looking back on my film and what I did, I just say, man, I just gotta stop stopping my feet. it's just like I ain't lived to my expectation when I had 33 yards average, but I still averaged like 25. I still was up there like top 5. So I understand the expectation I put on myself. I gotta be better, but at the same time, I just gotta keep stopping my feet. That's the plan that me and Nick, a shot that we looked at. So we just gotta run through the smoke. So that's the plan.
When that happens, are you thinking too much in that?
No, it ain't thinking. I just feel like the blocking level was wrong. We was getting blown up on some of the plays. We weren't sticking our ground. And that's something that we working on this offseason. Holding your ground. And just punch back pretty much. So the stuff was trying to clogged up. It seemed like I was running behind people and stuff like that. So we just trying to clean everything up this offseason.
Caleb said that he's got a great education and learned how to return kicks and punts from you. What advice have you given him? I know he returned some in college, but this is a different level.
I just say the advice I give him just go to your spot first. That's the best thing to do. You got the timing on the ball. Just get to your spot. He can catch. He did it before. You just got to be comfortable back there. It's different because the opponent's kicking it high in the sky. He get to his spot. He'll be able to catch it.
I know it's the other
guys trying to kick away from you or put you in the corner where it makes it harder for you. How do you adjust to that?
I just, man, Nick had looked at when those guys trying to kick me in the corner, just straighten it back up, trying to get back to the middle of the field, try to use both of the whole field, so that's what we plan on going when they try to kick it to the sideline, try to get back to the middle of the field and I can go both ways, you feel me? So that's the stuff we looking at right now.
It could be a compliment too because they know you're a dangerous returner, even though...
Yeah, I already put that right there while they kick away from me, so now I'm just trying to find a way to beat it. I'm just trying to find a way to beat it now, so that's what we're planning on right now.
I know it's the other side of the ball. There's been a lot of high praises for Christian Parker and just the balance he seems to bring to this team. What have your impressions been of him thus far?
I just say, man, CP, man, he keeping it real. He talking this stuff. That's stuff we like. That's stuff that we like to see. Him and Shotty going at it. And he talking this stuff behind it. So that's the confidence that we trying to have in everything around the building. So I say with him doing that, that shows the way type of DC that he trying to be. So I respect the way he's doing it. And congrats on him. I want him to keep doing his thing.
Christian talks about communication in the defense. Do you feel like that is also occurring on that?
I just say pretty much. Some days you see the guys talking, you hear them out there talking and stuff like that. Some days it's kind of quiet, So I understand what he's saying by that. He just got to keep it in their ear, tell them, talk every time. They're gonna help all us out. You feel me? So I understand where he's coming by that.
Yeah, I like what they were saying about Kavonte Turpin. Because I did notice that when you think about it, one of the things they try to do to Kavonte Turpin is they try to take away the field. And so they would try to pin him up in the corner because they know then his only alternative is to just stay on the sideline, try to make a move, and then run out of bounds. And I think we saw that quite a bit from Kavonte Turpin this past season. But I also think with Kavonte Turpin, I think he was very focused on being the third wide receiver for this team. I think he was very focused. And I just wonder if some of that took away from his desire to return kicks. But it sounds like this year he's saying that he's about to get back to returning kicks. He's about to get back to returning, get that drive and that desire back for returning kicks. And I think that'll pay dividends for the Cowboys because if we're going to make this playoff and Super Bowl run that we're truly going to make, special teams got to be special too. We need a couple of long runs. We need some touchdowns. We need all kinds of things. So, yeah, main purpose. I was noticing this. Parker's defense doesn't require linebackers to play in coverage. Well, in particular, it doesn't require the Mike linebacker, at least from what I was listening to some guys talk about Christian Parker's defense, and we're going to be looking at it here too in the next couple of weeks, the way that it runs. But the Mike linebacker in particular doesn't have to play in pass coverage. It seems to be designed for that Mike linebacker that basically all he does is call the plays, make sure everybody's in position, and then get to the ball. And I think he's the quickest at doing that. Dudley, I agree. Neofile, he needs a job on the team. But the issue is you just got to make sure you got to find where he is. Find where he works. But I'll tell you this, he's going to have to put in some work in training camp, man. Maurice Leofau's been here since 2024. Why is Maurice Leofau right now third on the depth chart? Maurice Leofau's got to work his butt off. And he's going to have to be He's going to have to be very consistent in what they got him doing. Because he's going to have to try to, because I'm telling you, man, Shamar James and these guys, Barham, these guys, man, Barham already said, man, he coming to take somebody's position. He said he coming to take somebody's position. Yeah, real estate vet, use him how to use Tyreek Hill. And I don't think they did that enough. Yeah, Coyote said he's going to have to get back to doing what he was doing because of the emergence of Flournoy. Yeah, he's a better third option. Turpin is a great gadget guy, but I don't think he's a great wide receiver. Old School said, I hope the gameplay for Turpin this season is different. I do too. I agree that he didn't contribute last year like he has in the past. His strength is his speed and his hands are decent at best. Yeah, you got to get him in space. And they were just trying to play him like a traditional wide receiver. I still don't get them having a player as short as Kavonte Turpin running drag routes. I was just blown away by that. Real estate vet said with Turpin and Blue, we have enough speed for a wing T or player two. Well, Valdez Scantling too. Valdez Scantling too. All right, this is Triquez Bridges. No, Reddy Stewart. I'm sorry.
How does he tell you that a quiz is coming? It's
random.
Right?
Yeah, it's random for sure. But I mean, it's everything that we went over the week before, so it's nothing like throwing at us out of nowhere. Like, we know what it is, so he just said if we know what we're doing or not. Yeah, you know.
What was your reaction the first time you got one?
It surprised me, but I mean, it turned out to be good because afterwards, you know, they graded like a couple days after, and then we went over and stuff, and just helps us understand and the defense and the details and stuff we need to look for, like where our help's coming from and stuff like that. So
what does it tell you, like, because Christian Parker was known as like a teacher coming in, that was one of the big things, and obviously literally giving you guys
great teacher though, great teacher.
Yeah. What does that do for players to see a coach who's a teacher also literally doing kind of stuff?
I mean, I feel like it just puts like confidence in us and puts confidence in each other to just know like he's going to be right here in the right spot, and I can count on him to help me in this defense or this coverage like that. So, I mean, it really just helps everybody all around, from the coaches to the players.
And you guys, like, even though if you're playing slot, like, you also are getting questions about what the outside corner is doing. So it's good for the
It's like everything is intertwined. You know, everybody's working together, from the linebackers to the corners to me in the slot and the safety. So
yeah, how's it just working this entire coaching staff so far for you?
I love these guys. I mean, like you said, coming in, everybody talk about how great of teachers they were, and they really break everything down for us and to us. So I wouldn't say simplify, but just break it down to our knowledge where we'll be confident to go out there and execute it like this. If we put something in the same day, we can go over it that morning, and then we're out there running it full speed. So
yeah, one thing that it's been kind of talked about is just the how much you guys are communicating already, and you know, whether that was the case last year or not, that's, you know, it's up for debate. But
yeah.
The way you guys are communicating right now, is it unique? Like how much you're communicating already? Like.
Yeah, I'll say it is unique because, you know, we're just in the spring right now. We're just getting started, and we're already moving fast and talking, and we're loud out there. So, I don't know, as you guys can see, like, we're playing fast with each other already, and we're just getting started with this defense. So I feel like they're doing a great job in what they're doing. Yeah. Any other question?
About last season, it's not really on his mind at all.
Yeah.
What was kind of like, do you remember like that first initial when he came and met you guys, like what he said to you?
I don't remember like exactly what he said, but it's more so like just go ahead and flip the page. Like whatever happened last year is over with. You know, we're a new defense.
Old School. This is Reddy. I forgot his name. Reddy Stewart. He played pretty good. He flashed a couple of times. Yeah, Dudley is right. He flashed. I think he'll be better in Parker's system. We're gonna look at. I'm gonna show you some stuff before we get out of here tonight, and we're gonna be looking at this over the next few weeks. I'm gonna show you a little bit on this. Christian Parker system that they're going to be running.
It's a new team and all, whole lot of new players, whole new defensive staff. So we're really just like looking into what we have to do this year and last year. They really don't matter at this point. Yeah.
It seems like he's bringing some type of new balance to the defense and the offense as well somehow.
Yeah.
What is it about him that is easy to connect with?
I feel like, you know, he's relating to us well, and he does a good job of, like, no matter who you are, if you're a rookie or you're a vet, he coaches us all the same. That's from him to our position coaches and everybody. Like, everybody's getting coached and taught the same level. So, you know, you're not out there confused. Even if you're a rookie, like the young guys, they're on the same speed as we are right now. Yeah.
Hey, Reddy, Just Perez, UNT. Christian Parker, can you describe him one word and why?
Christian Parker, I'll say different. He brings like his own swag to the table. His defense is unique. You know, he just does what he does. Like, he's within himself, and he's never going to change. He hasn't changed since he got here. You know, he coaches us the same, treats us the same. So, yeah, I like it.
And you mentioned, you know, a bunch of new players coming in, a bunch of new guys. So what is the next step for you and the rest of the DBs or the rest of the defense to grow as a team?
I think the main thing will be just keep learning, keep going fast, and communicate with each other. And then going on to the season, just everybody finding their roles and buying into it. You know, everybody. Some people might have small roles, some people have big roles, but you know, it don't matter where they put you on the field. Just buy into what you got to do.
Because of a young coaching staff on defense specifically, I think Derek Hansen might be the oldest one in like early 40s. What does that do? And have you guys noticed? I mean, is it y'all?
I think it brings more juice. Yeah, like they bring more juice to the table. Every day they're playing music in the meeting rooms and stuff. Like we can relate to everything they playing. It's really just a different juice that they bring. Like it makes us want to get up and go and run for them and just play hard.
Yeah, we'll see what Stewart Reddy does this year. Yeah, we'll see what Stewart Reddy does. And Robert Dudley, I do agree with you on Maurice Leofau, though. I agree with you on Maurice Leofau. I think Maurice Leofau is a great player. I think he has the potential to be a very good player. I think the only problem for him, though, is that I think he's working his way from the bottom up, if that makes sense. I think he's working his way from the bottom up. But, you know, the way the Cowboys are going to play this defense, maybe he'll be in some kind of rotational role and earn his way onto the field. I mean, that's the only thing you can do. You know, this Cowboys team, man, it's actually loaded. And we got to realize, man, some of these guys have came with shoddy. And, you know, now you got some guys that's a part of the, I always kind of trip on the fact that, you know, people be talking about what fits Christian Parker's system. Well, we better pay attention because he's actually went out and got guys that fit his system, obviously. Free agency and the draft. He's went and got guys. And so when you look at the fact that he's went and got guys, now you got to wonder, like everybody's wondering, where does Maurice Leofau fit in? Where does he fit in? I mean, they've literally went and gotten two lines of defense that's in front of him now. So where does he fit in? We're going to see. But I trust this coaching staff. If Maurice Leofau is ready to roll, he's not going to have any problems. He'll work his way to where he needs to be. I trust this coaching staff. Maurice Leofau was drafted by the Cowboys, and y'all know the Cowboys love their draft picks. They absolutely love their draft picks. So I don't think they're going to, I'm not sure they're going to change that. Just like Schoonmaker is still on the team. Well, Maurice Leofau is still on the team. And they're trying to do...
He said talk to you about sex.
They're trying to do something with Maurice Leofau. So I don't think they're going to do Maurice Leofau wrong. All right, let's listen to Tyler Guyton real quick. And then we're going to look at some Vic Fangio stuff before we get out of here. Appreciate y'all rocking with me tonight on Cowboys After Dark. Y'all asked for it. I did it. Some of the people who asked for it, though, they sleep. Some of the people who asked for it, they sleep. All right, let's check this out. This is Tyler Guyton.
Yeah. Take us to the average fan to understand what a set is and what you're trying to accomplish out there as a left tackle.
Okay, what I would say that he says about sets the most is like, you got to master one set. Like you got to have a go-to set. Like you have to have your bread and butter, basically. So essentially, what he was talking about specifically is a 45-degree angle set. So, you know, kind of in the middle of being vertical or, you know, being aggressive, but somewhere in the middle, like somewhere in the middle where, you know, you can win and it's not a tricky set, it's not, you know, risky or anything, it's just consistent and it's smooth.
You're a basketball player, so it's kind of having that go-to move.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I was about to say a signature move, basically.
You mentioned last time we talked to you that posture was something that he had brought up with you too. Is the molding of how you construct your body and how you distribute it too another thing you try to model from him? Because he's the guy that had the two like elbow guards or whatever on his arms. Is that something you wanted to model yourself after as well?
Just as far as what?
Just construction-wise, like how you're built, how you.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's like the blueprint, you know. He's the gold jacket guy. You know, everybody would probably want to be built like Tyron Smith, and I would love to be built like him, but I'm getting towards that now.
You're gonna do the.
You got a long way to go, bro. I don't know if there's anybody built like Tyron Smith. It's not even normal to be built like Tyron Smith. Man, ain't no human being supposed to be that big built like Tyron Smith. That dude different, bro.
If I need to, like, I'm pretty sure that was for, you know, injury or whatever, but if I need to, I would wear it for sure.
You kept up with the World Cup at all?
No, I'm not a big soccer fan, but I do want to go to a couple games just to, you know, learn and experience the whole environment.
So you've seen just some clips of the fans and how hyped up they are. It's totally different from an NFL game.
Yeah, and it's a lot of people that aren't from America, so I think it's pretty cool to see, you know, how sports has an influence on so many different people and, you know, walks of life, and I think, you know, when everybody comes together, it's super cool.
I don't know who that guy was back there. I don't know who that guy was back there in that interview talking about they more hyped up than I don't know about them being more hyped up than football fans. I don't know about that now. Let's calm down. It seems like there's something out there that people are saying that you have to, you know, did y'all notice everybody gets asked about the World Cup like there's some kind of fix-in to where everybody has to agree that they like the World Cup. I'm like Tyler Guyton, man. I'm not a big soccer fan myself. I'm a American football fan, not a football fan. Soccer's a great sport. Don't get me wrong, man. Those guys great players, but I hadn't been watching soccer this long, so ain't nothing finna distort me now. But I get the excitement by people.
Well, the old saying goes.
All right. So let me see here. Let's look at this video about Vic Fangio's defense. Now, let's understand that Christian Parker, this is actually the defense that Christian Parker is going to be running. I think there'll be some nuances that'll be Christian Parker's own little spin. But in the grand scheme of things, he is basically running this defense. They call it the Vic Fangio defense. So let's kind of check out. This is Pro Football Focus. We're going to watch a couple of videos. This video is going to explain how the Eagles were able to topple the Kansas City Chiefs. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't Christian Parker might have been, I'm trying to remember if he was with Philly during that Super Bowl win. He might have been gone. Let me see. Let me see if he was here. Was Christian Parker with Philly when they won the Super Bowl? I know he was with them when they went to one Super Bowl. But I can't remember if he was with them when they won the Super Bowl. Let me see. Okay, so he was with them 2024. Okay, he was with them 2024. Got it. He wasn't with them when they lost the Super Bowl. He was with them when they won the Super Bowl. I got it. Okay. So the defense that he's going to be running, this is basically the Fangio defense. Let's let Pro Football Focus do some explaining on this.
Defense wins championships, and it certainly did for the Philadelphia Eagles as they dominated the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl. They were up by 34-0, Dawn, late in the third quarter. They held Kansas City.
Miss Matrix, what's going on? You think they more hyped up? I don't know. I've seen football fans be like insanely. I mean, even basketball fans. Y'all see what the New York fan base was doing? Man, New York fan base was going crazy over there. Miss Matrix said they are intense, and I bet there's more international travelers here for any soccer game versus us going to a football game out yonder. Well, we don't really do a lot of those out there overseas. I mean, we're doing like, what, one a year per team, looks like. And no, a lot of us aren't going to do that, though, because unlike, I mean, how often do they do this World Cup thing? Because it doesn't seem like this is coming around here a whole lot. You know, how often is the World Cup? You know, football is something to see. Let me know, Miss Metrics, how often is the World Cup? I'm looking it up, but you tell me. So let's think about this. I don't know if they're necessarily more intense, but at the same time, the World Cup is only every 4 years. The Super Bowl is every single year. I mean, the Super Bowl is every single year. And for us, you know, you get to see a team play 16. You can basically watch a team play 8 times in their home stadium here. And if you want to go on the road, you can get you some extras. So, you know, I can see where it's a lot of excitement because it's every 4 years. But I don't know, man. I've seen some people be so intense about these doggone football games. There's some big-time football fans out there, too. But I get it. All right, let's check out Pro Football Focus. See what they're saying about this Vic Fangio's defense.
To 22 points overall, but like I said, 0 points in the third quarter. What makes Vic Fangio's defense so good? Well, we have our X's and O's expert, former coach Dalton Wasserman here to break down the schematics of Vic Fangio's defense and what made it the best defense in the NFL this past season. So Dalton, just broad question. What makes the Fangio defense work?
So in general, before you even get to the board and the X's and O's and all that, right, it's always about your players, right? And you think about the guys that Vic Fangio's been around throughout his long career, right? Especially when you talk about starting at the linebacker position. He's got a background as a linebackers coach. He was around Ricky Jackson and Sam Mills with the Saints. He's, Ray Lewis with the Ravens, Patrick Willis and Navarro Bowman with the 49ers. And then he's developed so many great young linebackers throughout the years, too, especially recently, as good as, Danny Trevathan played back in his days with the Bears. And then you have guys like Zach Bond and Nakobe Dean this year, right? And I think the broader theme to it is if the middle of our defense is great, we can use more of these too high safety looks and defend with lighter boxes, right? Because that's what you're trying to do is get that balance between your run defense and your coverage. So what did the Eagles have this year? The highest graded linebacker unit in football, the highest graded defensive tackle units in football, and one of the best safety pairs in C.J. Gardner.
Now, I want you, as this guy is talking, I want you to envision the Dallas Cowboys' current roster. And when you envision the Dallas Cowboys' current roster, Christian Parker has built a similar defense. He has built a similar defense. I want to go back for a second, and we'll look at this more as we look at these diagrams. I want you to look at this picture right here. Envision the Dallas Cowboys. Kenny Clark, Quinnen Williams, Otito Ogbonnia, whoever it's going to be. I mean, you can clearly see when you look at this Philadelphia Eagles team, this is what we're looking at with the Dallas Cowboys. We're looking at what? Rashawn Gary, D. Winters, Overshown. We're looking at Ezraku. We're looking at Caleb Downs playing that nickelback position. You're looking at Bland. You're looking at Kobe Durant. You're looking at Hooker. And you're looking at Jalen Thompson. You're basically looking, when you look at this diagram, envision, this is the Dallas Cowboys. This is exactly what Christian Parker has built. His most recent Vic Fangio defense was the Super Bowl 2024, and 2025. And that defense was good last year. It was good enough to still win. What's going on, Spawn OG? That defense was still good enough to win. We have built a similar style of defense. When you think about our linebackers, we went and got Rashawn Gary. We went and got D. Winters. We got Overshown. We got Ezaraku. And when you think about the linebacker core, we have a very quick linebacker core. Even when you think about Shamar James back there, Barham, Malachi Lawrence, you think about even Maurice Leofau, the Cowboys have built, James Houston, they have built a very quick and fast linebacker crew, a lighter linebacker crew, and where they're more concerned about the big guys is down in here. This is where they're concerned. So as he's talking about the Eagles, I want you to envision the Dallas Cowboys players that I just called off.
Played back in his days with the Bears. And then you have guys like Zach Bond and Nakobe Dean this year, right? And I think the broader theme to it is if the middle of our defense is great, we can use more of these too high safety looks and defend with lighter boxes, right? Because that's what you're trying to do is get that balance between your run defense and your coverage. So what did the Eagles have this year? The highest graded linebacker unit in football, the highest graded defensive tackle units in football, and one of the best safety pairs in C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And
you think about what the Cowboys have done. Where did they make all the improvements? Kenny Clark, Quinnen Williams last year, carrying over to this year. They went and got Otito Ogbonnia. I forgot the other guy they went and got as a run stopper. What did they do with the linebackers again? They brought in D. Winters, brought in Rashawn Gary. And you think about what they did at the safety position, Caleb Downs, Jalen Thompson, P.J. Locke. And then you think about what they did at the cornerback position, Darion Kendrick, Kobe Durant, hoping Deron Bland's going to be healthy. Savon Revel looks good. And then they went and got Devin Moore. Not to mention, they went and got LT Overton. They're talking about moving around LT Overton. So they are building a defense that can move similarly to how the Eagles were doing.
Blankenship. So what we want to show is why these dynamics work with these great players down the middle of the defense and why the Eagles can use too high safeties so often, right? And the hard part about that is run defense, right? So we've got to play here for the Washington Commanders in their NFC Championship game against the Eagles, right? And what's going to happen here is this is all going to get washed out. We've got a bunch on this side at the top, up here, 3 up here, and everybody's going to get washed down here. The idea is to create a design cutback lane where the back is going to get off to the left side here. We're going to get a lead from Luke McCaffrey through the hole here. And we're going to get the cutback in through here to create this space. So again, if you look at this, 2 things that should happen. The linebackers should flow to their right to make these seals easier. We get this cutback and we have the alley getting one-on-one with the safety, right? If we go to now this next slide. Okay, this looks pretty good. What happens when you have great players and obviously a great scheme, but more so great players all around the middle of your defenses, they can take plays that look good for an offense and they can blow it up, right? So what you see happening now, as I mentioned in the picture, could get a seal here. We've got it. Most of this looks pretty good for the offense, right? I've got my lead coming out here, and I've got my back one-on-one with a safety, in theory, right? You get that going, you feel really good about an offense going against this, even against the best defense in football this year. Now, here's the thing. Just because there's 2 high safeties doesn't mean they can't help us out a little, right? We've got Reed Blankenship here. If your safeties are willing to support from 12, 13, 14 yards deep, they can meet him in the hole. Now, go to the next one. Look at how the space closed down. We're only talking about a 1 or 2 yard gain for 2 reasons. We go back on this. One, this linebacker beats the seal, right? That's Oren Burks right there. He's going to get sealed, but when you have good players, and even he's a good backup player too. You think about Nakobe Dean's injury. Now he beats this block. Blankenship comes screaming down. Slay is going to engage to the outside. So all of a sudden, where is there for the back to go? Nowhere. We see that in this next slide. Slay's holding the edge here. Out on contain. Blankenship comes screaming. Burt got around it. They're both in on the tackle. Short gain, right?
See, this is why the Cowboys got these linebackers and safeties that can pursue, come down, and thump. This is why they got him. It's going to be predicated on making plays.
6-man box, 2 high safeties, but still able to defend
Brian
the run
Worley?
with safety help. We're going to go to another shot. This is in the Super
What up,
Bowl against
Josiah
Kansas
Tate?
City. All right, what's going to happen here? Chiefs are going to run power. Now, I want you to keep something in mind. These 2 safeties, this is why I went to the end zone shot, they're way back there. This is a 2nd and 14 play in a 27-0 game. Everything about this should work the way it's aligned for the offense, right? So here's what's going to happen. We're running power. When we talk about power, we're washing everything except for Travis Kelce. He's going to stay out here on the edge. We're going to run power right through here. We got the pulling guard right through there. Everybody else is down to linebacker because there's nobody in his inside gap. Creed Humphrey down here. And we seal the backside there with Joe Thuney. Okay, and it's straightforward. Kareem Hunt. There's the alley, right? We can see it. Clear as day. That's where we want to go. Hat-on-hat blocking, right? When they talk about that, that means even numbers for the offense compared to the defenders in the box on defense. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 against 6 on the defense. Now, skip to it. Again, that looks pretty good right there. We got a couple of frames forward. Hunt's got the clear hole here. We're running power. Kelsey's got the seal. Puller's coming around to get the linebacker. We're starting to get a down block here. We've got the helmet on the right side. Everything's happening the way we just drew it up on paper. But football is not played on paper, right? We got great players. We got great defensive tackles trying to get over the top. Here's the new $50 million man, Zach Baun, right here. Go to the next slide. Look at this now. After it looks so good here with everybody all in the proper alignments, now we've got 3 guys to the play side. Right in here, my down block gets beat. Now we got our helmet on the wrong side. That's sealed. Zach Baun. There he came down, beats the puller to the spot. Josh Sweat starting to get inside here on Kelsey. All the lanes are blocked off. So when you have great players, you can even take great plays designed by the offense in the run game, even though you have 2 high safeties. Look, we don't see the safeties on the screen still. They're not even there. You have great players like Zach Baun, like I said, just got a new contract extension, $17 million a year. That's a big reason why, is because he can fill those gaps even when the offense has the play designed the way they want to.
So it's easy to say, obviously, Philadelphia's got superstars everywhere on their defense, but what specifically?
So this is one of the reasons why, when you think about why would the Cowboys want Demarion Overshown playing the Mike and the middle linebacker. Because you notice what this guy keeps saying, that the Eagles got these great players. Well, the Cowboys actually view Maurice Leofau as one of those players. I mean, not Maurice Leofau, I'm sorry. At this point, they view Demarion Overshown. Because when you look at this Cowboys defense, let's go over here and look at this real quick. When we look at our defense, and y'all tell me what you think. Do y'all believe we have those type of players? Do we have those type of players? Do we have those type of players? Vinny said he don't think D. Winters and Rashawn Gary here to stay long term. I think Rashawn Gary is. I don't know about D. Winters, but I think Rashawn Gary is. So these are our linebackers: Gary, Winters, Overshown, Ezraku. Now Ezraku played the run really well last year. I think these linebackers are good enough to do what they were doing over there in Philly. Y'all tell me what y'all think. It's going to require some great linebacker play. We already got the defensive tackles. We got that set. But it's going to take some great linebacker play to do some of this stuff. And that's kind of what this guy's showing. It's going to take some absolutely great linebacker play by the Dallas Cowboys.
Specifically about the scheme that Vic Fangio runs makes it so unique.
So it's just a matter of having, again, those talented guys inside. And we'll get to the passing side of it later. If you're able to defend the run with more talented players just in light boxes with 6-man boxes. It's not even so much a scheme thing as it is, okay, these 6 guys can hold all the gaps and they can beat their blockers, and they're just, I mean, it really does come down to they're just better. When you have great players like that at defensive tackle where they can clog all those gaps in between, at linebacker where they can fill in behind it like this and beat players to the spot and read pullers, it's really more at this point, once you get down to this lighter box, about teaching guys the proper technique and always where to be at any given time.
So, all right, we see before like how dominant they are in the run defense against lighter offensive schemes. What about when offense runs like 12 personnel, 22 personnel? How does it work as a run defense against those kind of schemes?
And that's a great question, because the answer so often against many defenses is, okay, we're going to get heavy. We're going to get, like you mentioned, 2 tight ends on the field. We're going to get a fullback on the field. We're just going to out-heavy him. Eventually, we will get the numbers enough in our favor against most defenses that we're just going to run them over. This is something that, say, a team like the Buffalo Bills has a problem with as much nickel as they're in, right? So here's the thing, though. You do it with Vic Fangio, all you do is put him in a time machine. Here's what I mean. This right here, 3-4 defense, old school, right? This is the base of what Vic Fangio's done for years and years. Is just, okay, well, I got 5 defensive linemen. It's really, they call it 3-4 because it's 3 down and 2 standing. On the lower levels, we'll call it 5-2. Doesn't matter. It's the same thing. 5 defensive linemen, 2 linebackers, and notice we're still too high at safety. All right, we still have 2 safeties back there, so we haven't compromised anything that we want to do in coverage if we're Philadelphia with regards to still stopping the run. We've just got another defensive lineman up here helping us, but we're still not giving up big plays over the top. And honestly, if you're a defense and you do 2 things, you stop the run and you don't give up big plays over the top, that leaves you kind of a small window as an offense to operate, and that's what we saw. Anything that we want to do.
And you think about something else, and I think they'll talk about this in the next video, but one of the things that Fangio does with his defense, and it's very clever, if you line up 3 wide receivers on one side, Fangio always fixes his defenses to where he always has more defensive backs than you have wide receivers or people going out for passes on the field. Because if you look at kind of what's going on here, you'll notice you got the 3 down, the 2 up, and you got the wide receiver here, the wide receiver here. This looks like 22. Let's see, wait. I'm thinking this is either 12. Looks like I'm thinking this is a tight end here. So if you're running 22, he's going to make sure, look at what he does. He's going to make sure that on this side, he's got 3 that can cover those 2, or he's got 3 that can cover if you do something over here, or he can roll 4 over there if you get 3. But he's always going to make sure he's got more defensive backs on each side of wherever you line the linebacker. Line up your receivers at. That way he can always play the pass. I mean, kind of like what this guy's explaining, this defense is pretty versatile because it's designed, if the players can do what you want them to do, it's designed to where you can actually stop the run and the pass in this defense, and you definitely stop the big plays. It's good that the Cowboys are already getting this in because I do believe that this type of defense takes a lot of practice.
Do in coverage if we're Philadelphia with regards to still stopping the run. We've just got another defensive lineman up here helping us, but we're still not giving up big plays over the top. And honestly, if you're a defense and you do 2 things, you stop the run and you don't give up big plays over the top, that leaves you kind of a small window as an offense to operate, and that's what we saw in the Super Bowl against Kansas City and really all year. So again, there's not a whole lot of detail here, but we're going to go to another shot. Now, let's look at it from this angle. This gives us a better look at it when I talk about filling all the gaps, right? So, got a tight end, got a fullback. We got to match 7, right? 5 up front, 6, 7 here. Got to match 7 with 7. That's what we have. Now we talk about, okay, contain. We're here, kind of reading on the backside to this A gap first. Here, Dean's reading this B gap. Jalen Carter's going to kind of 2-gap this. He goes inside, and what happens if he goes inside is Dean can work outside him. That's fine. They're kind of sharing those 2 gaps. And then obviously the contain out here. But you look at it one way or the other, every gap is filled. And that's fine. That's if you have a 6-man front against 6 and every gap is filled, you're good. If you have 7 on 7, you're good, right? Go to one more look. Now I want to talk again about Zach Baun, okay? This is a 3-4. This is a more traditional spot. He can flow from that side. But what was Zach Baun before he was a linebacker, especially full-time this year?
Put a little edge defender.
He was an edge defender, right? Let's say we want to get even heavier against especially a team like the Saints who uses 2 tight ends a lot. All right, now, still have a tight end and a fullback, same side. What do you notice here? Well, there's 6 defensive linemen. Well, yes, but that's Zach Baun, right? This is part of what makes him so valuable. Not only can he beat blocks, not only is he a great tackler, not only did he lead the league in coverage grade this year, the fact that he still has all that edge experience from his time at the University of Wisconsin and with the New Orleans Saints, ironically enough here, the fact that he can do this so comfortably and allow everyone else to slant in and fill these gaps the way they need to, and Dean's kind of a free runner back here as the only guy, and we can get here and here, all the gaps are still filled, right? And it gives you a different look, a flatter look, to even further contain the edge and make teams okay. And still, again, we're still in too high.
Yeah.
Too high safeties, right? We're still not giving up shots over the top. So they're going to make you out of this formation basically.
So you think about, this is us. So I'm sure this is Kenny. You got Kenny, Quinnen, Otito, Ogbonnia. And this is going to be Rashawn Gary, Donovan Ezaraku on these outsides. Can they, are they going to be able to match this?
Have to get right in behind the linebackers and make tight window throws and make quarterbacks make harder throws. So even if you get heavy on them, they have options. One, because they have talented players. You're talking about this guy's going to make $20 million in free agency. That guy's going to make a boatload of money one of these days. Carter's going to make a boatload of money. Zach Baun just made $17 million. You have great players, but you also have flexible players that can move into different alignments.
So you mentioned before like how good they are in run defense. That wasn't really the story of the Super Bowl was. The story of the Super Bowl was how they just completely shut down Kansas City and Patrick Mahomes in the passing game. They led the league in coverage grade. They led the league in explosive pass rate allowed as well. What does this defense do in terms of against the pass that makes it so dominant?
So we're going to actually cut to the week before, or 2 weeks before that, against Washington, against the Commanders, right? And one of the big signatures of Vic Fangio's defense, it's great to talk about 2 high safeties and all that, but what makes his so different? Well, he uses a lot of what's called cover 6. Why is it called cover 6? It's cover 4 on one side of the field. It's cover 2 on the other side of the field.
Yes. Yes. See, that's what I was talking about earlier. This is one of the things that he does so well. His goal in his defense, and we're going to see if Christian Parker continues this, he always wants to outmatch or outnumber however many receivers you got lined up on one side. He always makes sure he has more defenders. It's a pretty good tactic.
Field, all right? So you're talking about, well, 4 + 2 is 6. That's where we get it from. We do real complicated stuff around here. Anyway, here's what you're going to have, all right? This is pre-snap. We're in trips for Washington. So there's a couple of problems here. One, anytime a team comes out in trips, 1, 2, 3, right? 3, it should be the other way around. It's really 1, 2, 3. You count it outside in, but either way. And then our other problem is none of these 3 guys are the best player on the field for the Commanders. The best one's up here. That's Terry McLaurin. All right, so you really have 2 separate problems presented to you. Now, how do we deal with all of this at once when the best player is by himself up there and we got trips on the bottom of the screen here? Well, here's what's going to happen. Quinyon Mitchell down here, going to go back and take a quarter. Essentially, once this first receiver gets beyond about 68 yards, he's taking him in man. That's what's going to happen. As long as he doesn't go underneath, he's going to take him. Cooper DeJean, he's going to bump this second guy, and he's going to sit in a curl flat, right? And then what makes it cover 6 back here, you got another quarter for C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and then you've got Reed Blankenship up top with a deep path, and it all just kind of rotates from there. All right, that's the big thing, though, is you're really giving a quarterback 2 different looks on each side because Jaden Daniels is seeing cover 2 to the top of the screen and cover 4 to the bottom of it. All right, let's see it in action. Here's what we have. Now we're getting into it. Quinyon sees one getting vertical. He's going to go with him at the bottom. Just going to match him. That's all him. DeJean, notice here we get the bump, right? We're going to get the bump. We're going to pass him off to Gardner-Johnson. He's going to take this inside. CJ's going to drive on this, right? In theory. We're going to get to a tweak on that in a minute, though. DeJean down to the tight end. Linebacker sitting. And notice this. Terry McLaurin up top, right? That's the guy we're worried about constantly. 17. That's who you got to worry about for the Commanders, right? What this allows you to do is get the numbers game going here at the bottom of the screen, and yet look at all the attention on McLaurin. 1 inside, 2 outside, 3 deep. Where's he supposed to go to get open? Right? That's exactly what you want. The ability to cover both the formation at the bottom and then a team's best player at the top is what makes cover 6 here so fun against a team like this. We're going to roll to the next shot. I even found a way that maybe I can get Terry McLaurin open if I'm Cliff Kingsbury and the Commanders, right? So here's a shot, couple frames later. Again, Quignon matched up, not worried about that. DeJean matched up, not worried about that. Darius Slay is going to get down to the back. That's fine. Here's my problem. I got one receiver coming across, and I told you already that Gardner Johnson is going to match the second guy going vertical, right? Here comes McLaurin screaming on down. Well, there's going to be nobody left. Check out Reed Blankenship back here. See him making that call? See him pointing in that direction, calling it out? Over is what he's saying. He's telling Gardner Johnson, hey, we got to switch this off, okay? Because zone coverage is not just about getting to a spot and standing there and watching. That's what bad teams do in zone coverage, is they stand there and watch, and then they wait, oh, I gave up 20 yards, but I'll make the tackle. At least it wasn't a touchdown. That's not what we're doing here. We're back here communicating and knowing, even though it seems like the defense a lot of times, well, they don't blitz at all, and they don't really run a couple of coverages. What's so complicated? Post-snap. Post-snap is what's complicated. Blankenship makes this call. What does that mean? He now is going to drive down to this route here, and we're covered. Gardner Johnson hears it. Oh, shoot, McLaurin's coming over, best player on the team. I better get here. Now, I just circled all 5 receivers. Who's open? Nobody's open. That leaves 2 options, and this is good. Look at his pass protection. This is great protection, right? Look, we've got this whole bubble here for Jayden Daniels to work with, and yet nobody's open, and this is what makes you such a great two-dimensional defense. Now, on I believe it was 3rd and 13 or 3rd and 14 on this play, Jayden has 2 options. He can check it down on 3rd and 14, win for the defense, or what he does here is take off running, doesn't get the 14, a win for the defense. So just a matter of when you talk about marrying coverage to pass rush, and it's been talked about how great the Eagles' pass rush is. This is the part that made this defense special this year, going from 28th in coverage grade last year to 1st by a mile this year, and it's because they can stay in these schemes and they run them so well.
You got elite scheme, you got elite talent, and as Dolan's pointed out, elite communication as well. So the Philadelphia Eagles, the best defense in the NFL this past year.
So what have we been hearing from Christian Parker and Brian Schottenheimer? Communication, communication, communication. That's what we've been hearing. This is the first part that they're trying to get down. Now, I don't know about y'all, but if I'm looking at what he's explaining, this is another reason why you heard Christian Parker say, you need smart players. You got to get what he just explained to become second nature to a defense. Because I've heard this explained before about these Vic Fangio's defenses. How the defensive backs have to learn this defense isn't as much about backpedaling. I don't know if you noticed that. But when he was explaining this defense, just going back and looking at the diagrams, look at all the diagrams that he's drawing. This defense isn't built on backpedaling. It's built on rotating and passing off, rotating and passing off, reading, rotating, passing off. It's not about backpedaling. Now, if you take a guy, you run with him. But in the grand scheme of things, if you just kind of look at what he was doing, guys got to be smart enough watching what players are doing, and when they get to certain spots, they pass them off, and then they're smart enough to lock onto another player, to where rather than them running backwards and getting beat, they're actually stepping forward, and they're kind of keeping all the plays in front of them. Did y'all notice that? Look at these receivers on this screen. Everybody is in front. Look, in front, in front, in front. He rotates over, in front. The only guy you see running is here. This guy back here, in front. This is how this defense is designed. It's not designed to backpedal. It's not designed for defensive backs to turn and run like we were watching last year. It's not designed for them to turn and run with a lot of receivers. Vic Fangio designs his defense to where it keeps everything in front of him. And that's what makes it so dangerous, even though we saw Dak Prescott eat it up. But Dak Prescott is very cerebral, tight window thrower. Dak Prescott, people don't understand, this man can do some things a lot of people can't do. Dak ate that defense up, but there's not a lot of people out there like Dak Prescott. There's not a lot of people out there that got George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb and Ferguson and Turpin and stuff like that. But if the Cowboys can get this defense down, did you notice what he said? They turned that Philadelphia Eagles defense around like bam. They go from last in big plays to first in stopping teams with big plays. That's what this defense is designed to do. And the key to this defense is, if y'all didn't notice, this is why I'm explaining again. There is a difference in players reading and reacting in defenses and players having the brain to play in defenses like this. This is different. This is different type of stuff right here, man. This is why Christian Parker was saying, we need people with brains. Man, this is brain stuff right here. This isn't just a cornerback being a great athlete and reading and reacting and breaking on the ball. No, he's got to read the field. He's got to read what the offense is doing. Understand what the guys with him are doing. Listen to communication cues. And make sure that he rotates and is in the right spot to make these plays. Man, this is, these guys play football their entire life, so I'm sure they can get some of this stuff. But man, I don't know if y'all are wrapping y'all brain around this, but man, there's some heavy stuff they talking about here, man. There's some heavy stuff. This is some heavy stuff. Let's run one more, man. Hey, it's Cowboys After Dark. I'm gonna get off here after that, but I appreciate y'all rocking with me tonight.
Anytime you can get the best player.
But this right here is gonna be a little bit in motion. I see what Pro Football Focus was doing. They didn't want to get no copyright strike, so we'll see what we can get away with here. So whoever watched this on the replay, they're probably not gonna be able to get all of this.
One of the best to ever do it, I thought was really good. That is where.
All right, let's see if we can kind of stick more to the diagrams. Let's check this out.
Started at 50% completion percentage, about 3 yards per attempt, 0 touchdowns, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. It was tough. But I want to start off with a small play, because I actually think that is where this game was won for the Eagles defense. We'll talk about the big plays too, and that helps. But for the Chiefs, what they had been so good at this season is these types of plays. People talk about the Chiefs as though they're all defense. Their offense performed in terms of points per drive around just as good as their defense did this year. In terms of placement in the league, usually what they did was they had long drives. Plays like this, where it's going to be Kelsey's running up. It's actually a pick play. He was over a yard past the line of scrimmage. Should have been called, but that's besides the point. See, it's just a little pick play where you then have Noah Gray go kind of in a gap in coverage towards the bottom of the screen. This isn't supposed to go for 90 yards or anything like that. You're just trying to get 5 yards, move the ball down the field, get off the they're currently at their own 2-yard line. That's not good. But you see when Mahomes takes the snap, again, you see why this works, right?
Now again, just kind of studying this defense a little bit and kind of just knowing how it operates. Look at it again. Notice what this defense is designed to do. It is designed to rotate, keep everything in front of you, no backpedaling, so that you can always see the ball. Look at these guys here. Look at where everybody is. Everything in front. This defense is pretty dangerous. It's pretty dangerous. You're going to have to be a very cerebral quarterback to even get through this.
Mitchell is kind of off because that's just the way this works with zone coverage. Your goal is to take away a different player, which they have successfully done with the pick, which again feels to me like it's past 1 yard of the line of scrimmage, but okay, it's close enough, I guess, is what the refs rule. But watch as Quinyon Mitchell.
And I was about to say, just go back for a second. This is what you call just, this is somebody that really has this system down. He's already driving. He already sees there's limited places to go. Patrick Mahomes has nowhere to go but here or maybe here. But if Patrick Mahomes goes here, guess what? The moment he tries to throw this up, the lineman will probably throw his hand up, and this linebacker is going to come down and knock the numbers off this dude. And Quinyon Mitchell, he can already see this winding up. It's really the only read. He's already rotated over, and he is coming to thump.
Which, again, feels to me like it's past 1 yard of the line of scrimmage, but okay, it's close enough, I guess, is what the refs rule. But watch as Quinyon Mitchell...
Bam! Man, I'm telling you, if the Cowboys can get this defense down, if they can get this defense down, it is going to be trouble.
In and just makes that immediate tackle. They were just ready for these plays. The Chiefs only get 1 or 2 yards on this play.
It's gonna be trouble if they can get this defense down, man. It's gonna be trouble. It's gonna be trouble.
They have this exotic rushing look, which is what the Chiefs do, is they get so creative. Andy Reid's in his lab cooking up plays, and we saw it against Buffalo. He was able to really dial up some great rushes. On this play, you see while Smith-Schuster is doing all this kind of crazy stuff, it's actually going to end up being a pretty traditional handoff. That's what they're going to do, just give it to Pacheco and run towards the offense's left. But a lot of times these fakes can fool the defense. Here, though, again, I mean, the Eagles just aren't fooled at all.
Look at how this defense is designed again. It is designed to where it outnumbers the number of receivers you have, no matter what side of the field you're going to. You're always outnumbered with defensive backs, and you get guys, they're smart, they rotate over, and they leave you very limited options as where you can go. This is why I'm telling y'all, people should be very impressed with Dak Prescott. To understand what Dak Prescott did to this defense, it's incredible. Dak was one of the very few quarterbacks that could actually put up points on this defense, and he put points
on that play. Everyone just understood their gap assignment, right? If it was a handoff to Smith-Schuster, they know they have teammates over there to make the play. It's trusting your team. Run defense is completely about being a team, being a good team, and that's what they were able to do.
And see, we got the defensive tackles that are going to be able to do this. We have the defensive tackles, man. We got the defensive tackles. Now let's go to another play. We're going to be looking at this stuff like for the next 2 or 3 weeks, just showing stuff like this. I think it's very interesting to watch how this defense works.
Passing situations all year. They've been so good on first and second down, and they've actually had really good numbers on third down, but it's because usually it's like 3rd down and 3, not 3rd down and 9. 3rd down and 9s against good teams, they've often struggled. Here, the Eagles are playing man coverage, which they don't do a ton of, but that's what they're going to do here. Watch how, when Mahomes takes the snap, you see right now, nobody's getting open. And this is always a big part of the, we talk about the pressure and the consistent pressure and the sacks and all that. Part of it, though, is if Mahomes doesn't have somewhere to go with the football, he's not one to just throw it away, right? In fact, he never does that. He's going to hold on to the ball and then try to make something happen. Gets rid of the ball quickly if there's something open, holds on to the ball if nothing's open. If nothing's open, you can get him to hold on to the ball. So on this one, now Mahomes he scrambles out, tries to make something happen, and honestly, does a pretty good job. But one of the other things the Eagles defensive line did so well was not allowing Mahomes to get outside the pocket too much, not allow him to scramble around.
Patrick Mahomes still in therapy, man. Man, Patrick Mahomes, boy, Patrick Mahomes still in therapy after this game, man. This man in therapy still, man.
They were able to contain him for the most part. Here, he has to throw a wall under pressure and nearly throws a pick right there. That's kind of one to...
You're not doing that on this defense. You're not doing this on this defense. Now, just kind of looking at what we've been looking at, the biggest concern is can we get these players to this level by the first game of the season? Can we get them to this level? This is a lot of discipline, man.
Well, okay, it's 27-0. I don't know if we call it a huge play, but like this was I felt like the dagger. You could argue it was earlier, but this stop on 4th down and 5 followed up by a long touchdown to make it 34-0. You could definitely say this was the dagger. You see the concept on the screen though. Again, this is one of those plays the Chiefs have done just a really good job of converting consistently this season on, where you have a receiver run a route trying to hold a Philadelphia player in that area. You then have Hopkins run towards the sideline. He's the one.
Let me show you the problem once again with this Vic Fangio defense. This is why stuff like this doesn't hardly work. They got 2 receivers here, 2 receivers here. They got, of course, the running back in the backfield. This is going to be a problem already. They have, looks like nickelback here, nickelback here. They got, I'm assuming this may be a linebacker here or a nickelback. They got 3-on-2 and they got 2-on-2. They got a safety that can come here to make it 4-on-2. And then they got a safety here that can come down and make it 3-on-2. You ain't winning this. You're not winning this. There's just nothing you can do. You're not winning this. This defense is designed, you got to have a brain to play it. And guys just rotate over and they get in the right spot and they make plays. This defense is hectic. It absolutely is.
They want to throw to. When this play begins, so it's Avonte Maddox who's, again, just reading the coverage, right? Or I should say reading the concept that the Chiefs are doing, knowing where the soft spot is in his area and knowing, okay, there's a good chance that if this play is run, there's going to be a pass towards the sideline. That's where I can be beat. So he's just kind of understanding where he has to be, knowing how far he can get over and still make a play. Mahomes makes that throw anyway, and Maddox is able to make a nice play. It's a great defensive play, but what I love about that play from Maddox, not just the being able to go over and get the ball, but knowing where you have to be.
See, this is where Dak Prescott comes in. See, people don't appreciate Dak Prescott on a play like this. Now, if you look at this defense, let's just look and freeze everything. Let me show you the kind of quarterback, what he's dealing with. Patrick Mahomes seemed to have predetermined where he was going to throw this ball. I mean, it's 27-0 by this time. This dude is seeing ghosts by this time. Patrick Mahomes is seeing ghosts by this time, y'all. This in the third quarter, trust me. He is seeing ghosts in here. And they are whipping these boys up front. They were whipping them up front. You got this, but notice right here. You got this right here, and then you got this right here. Dak Prescott is so daring. Dak Prescott would probably try to make this throw and probably make it. Because we watched Dak Prescott 2 times against the Philadelphia Eagles. Dak Prescott was ripping this defense to pieces. Dak Prescott was dropping passes in places that you're not supposed to drop passes. Go back and look at the Philadelphia games, especially the first one. Dak Prescott was throwing passes and you were like, you're not supposed to throw that. Dak was throwing it. Dak, right here, Dak probably doesn't try to make that dangerous throw. Dak probably throws this right in this area, right over this guy's head, right in the seam. Dak probably goes for that pass. But by this time, they got Patrick Mahomes, and he back there dancing and everything else. So Dak Prescott probably goes up here. But these are the types of throws that you have to make on a defense like that, and not everybody can make them. Not everybody can make them because these are going to be some anticipation throws. I mean, you just got to make. You just got to throw it up there and trust that the guy's going to make the catch. Dak probably, because he's so daring, this guy's breaking right here. Dak probably tries to make this throw. Dak was doing stuff like this.
not just the being able to go over and get the ball, but
What's
knowing
going
where
on,
you
Dominique?
have to be, knowing where you need to be in position to make a play, and that's.
See, they had Patrick Mahomes. Man, this dude was scared. This was a bad throw. This actually isn't the throw. This isn't the throw. Look, it's too late. If you're going to make that throw, you got to make that throw before he even makes the break. Because if he's got to turn around like this, they were lucky that wasn't tipped up, picked off, or just a flat-out undercut in a pick six.
Where you need to be in position to make a play, and that's really what the Eagles did so consistently. They were constantly in position, whether it was the running game, making sure that they understand their gap assignment, or what.
Question is, can we get our defense to that point? Can we get them to that point by the first game of the season? I mean, I haven't played football as long as these guys. And some of you may have played football late into your college years or whatever the case may be. But when you're looking at some of the stuff that we're looking at on the screen, man, this ain't no just, hey, man, I'm a good athlete. Guy runs out. It's man to man. He runs out. And, you know, it's me and him, mano a mano, and I'm better than him. I'm faster. This isn't that kind of defense. This is a defense that says, I'm a great player, I'm a great athlete, but I got to think. I got to think. I got to make decisions. I got to communicate. I got to be in the right place. I mean, this is a different type of defense. It absolutely is, man. It's a different type of defense. I'm excited, Cowboys fans. Boy, we're going to see how this goes. Excited. What do y'all think? Can we get this Cowboys defense to this point? Can we do it? I know we got the safeties like, you know, Caleb Downs, Thompson. I'm very confident in that. Sean Gary, D. Winters, Overshown, Ezraku. How confident are we in them right now? I'm excited to see where this defense goes. I'm excited to see where it goes. Brave Cowboys, yeah, we're about to get out of here, man. I'm just so excited to see where this goes. Yeah, you may have to do two of them. We had a slight pause, so we had to resume. So there's probably the first part, and then you'll have to get the second part because we had to resume. All right, man. Appreciate y'all, Cowboys After Dark. My sleep gonna be messed up for the next 2 days now. Sleep gonna be messed up for the next 2 days. But it's all good. We'll get it back on track by the next 3 days. We'll get it back on track by Sunday. But man, I appreciate y'all rocking with me, man. We'll be back today with more Cowboys than you can handle, man. We're gonna have to scrounge and find every little thing we can. I think we got about 33 days before we see the Cowboys. That'll be July the 29th. So, man, we got a long way to go. Man, I appreciate y'all rocking with me. Until the next time, DC4L. God bless. Let's talk Cowboys. We talk facts. Peace.